Welcome back. Starting out on day 3 of the training on NAHASDA Intermediate. And boy, we already covered so much material. We still have quite a bit to go. So yesterday we covered eligible activities, policy requirements, organizing your program, the environmental review, and the development process. So, wow, that was a lot of material. Do you all have any questions at this point? Something came to mind overnight, perhaps? Let's see. Looks like nothing's popping up on the chat box, so we'll go ahead and get started. We'll pick up where we left off. We finished yesterday talking about the development process, and now we're going to turn our focus on operations. Okay, so you should be creating your plan for operations prior to making the decision to pursue development, because you have to determine that the activity is going to be sustainable and affordable, that you have the resources needed for it to be successful. So that needs to be done ahead of time. But of course, you have time to prepare for operations after you make the decision, move forward with it. And that would include developing your financial management plan for the new activity, including creating a chart of account. And that's something that management should interface with finance department on, to ensure that management's going to get the information that they need. And then at this point in time, you made a decision about how your program is going to work with the new housing that you developed. Who is this, what population group is this new project designed for, including how the rental structure is going to be operated. That's going to determine your income. Also, estimating your operating expenses. Of course, that would include utilities, but it would also include many other things as well that we're going to go through. And the difference between your income and your expenses, of course, you got to fill that gap somehow. If you can't fill that gap, then the project is not feasible and you should not pursue it. So that's just some thoughts about getting ready and making a decision to take something on a solid foundation of your planning for that activity. So I think it's really important to budget and track each project individually. If you are lumping similar projects together, you really are seriously handicapping your ability to manage. You have to understand what's going on in each project, and even if the project is very similar, it's surprising what the differences can be. And with that understanding of what the costs are, that helps to inform your future decision making about what costs are going to be, what incomes are going to be, and design aspects. Why is one project costing more to operate than the other? Something about the maintenance, the products used in the maintenance, or the the way the project's being managed, or the market that's using that particular housing project. And also, it's important to recognize that your funding source may have requirements, and those requirements can only be addressed if they're planned for example, in how you develop your financial management system, so that you're tracking certain costs, so that you can easily prepare reports to your different funders as they require them. And of course, a lot of these aspects are going also have a lot to do with your policies and procedures for the particular development, who you're going to be admitting, what the income requirements are going to be, how much you're going to charge them, the size of the family, so on and so forth, all enter into this projection of your costs. So in developing these costs, I think a good approach is don't try to sit down and figure this all out at one time. Start just listing down the main categories of costs, and then over time, as you accumulate information and you're getting input on various costs and income factors, that you keep adding to it, adding more detail, refining that data. And so you start with a rough estimate, and over time you refine those estimates. And of course, then ultimately you're going to compare them to reality. And if you're substantial, and of course they're estimates, so they're going to be different than reality. But if there's a big difference between your estimate and reality, then that's a learning opportunity. Is where do we go wrong? And take a look at that. And of course, that experience will make your next effort that much more effective. Some things you just have to make educated guesses about, like the management costs. You're not sure about how much it'll cost that new project. Again, you're constantly monitoring that gap, because what you're trying to do is reduce the amount of subsidy needed for that project to the extent possible. And you have to be, in my opinion, you have to be very mindful about the amount of subsidy that's going into every project, because that gap is going to continue year after year, decade after decade, and adds up to a lot of money, money that could be spent in other ways if that money was available. And of course, you're there to serve the community, so it's a tough decision to say, here we're serving people in this program. We have a lot of people on the waiting list. How do we balance to the extent that we serve the people that are already in our program, as opposed to people that we're not assisting at all? Real tough challenges there. So the idea is that you keep refining and refining and refining, trying to make things better and better, make better use of your resources, and serve your community more effectively. All right, so let's take a look at some considerations in setting that rent. Well, what is a potential rental income? And of course, depending on your funding sources, you're really restricted about what you could charge. To a large extent, what you can charge is based on people's income. And so that's a real tough issue. As we know, you can't, in the NAHASDA, which is, of course, the focus of our training, you can't have people pay more than 30% of their adjusted income. So that really is the cap on what you can charge for rent, although you do have some flexibility in other ways. We'll touch on that in a few minutes here. The other thing is, what can they afford? So, we used a 30% maximum as a starting point, but of course you can charge less than that. And depending on the people, that could be a major consideration. Of course, if you're serving people with no income, it really doesn't matter what the percentage is, because the income you're going to get is zero. So, I've heard working with housing authorities saying, but we have a whole lot of people in the program that have zero income. So, they have no income, and you have no income, and that's a real tough situation. And that's a challenge in itself to realistically determine what people's income actually is. Okay, another issue, and this relates directly also to the operations in your program, is vacancies and turnovers. Okay, whenever you have a turnover, that is a loss, because it takes time to deal with those turnovers. Even a simple turnover, and what I mean by turnover is where one occupant moves out and another moves in. Even with a turnover that occurs very smoothly and quickly, you're still going to have some losses here. For staff time, for example, your occupancy department, your maintenance department. But it can be much worse than simply management expenses. Of course, why are those people leaving? It's because they didn't pay rent, and they're 6 months behind on rent. You lost all that income. What kind of damage is there in the unit? How long is it going to take to bring that unit back up to satisfactory condition? During that time, you're losing rental income. So this is a really major issue, and this is, again, another aspect of your program that needs to be carefully managed. And of course, residency is affected by the rent. So depending on the situation in your community, you may be competing for residents, and they're going to the best housing they can get for the lowest price. So there is a relationship between the market and the cost, of course. With subsidized housing program, you may not be involved in that, but part of the training here has to do with how market-based housing programs work as well, because those principles are good business principles, and they can be applied to your program as well. So here's some comments about setting rents. One is, what is the market? What is in the range of acceptability in your community? And if you're overpriced, you're going to have a hard time filling those units. If you're underpriced, then you're unnecessarily losing income. And of course, you have a subsidized program, and that's a whole different dynamic there compared to market-based housing. The other thing is, what about your accounts receivables for rent? If you're struggling collecting rents, what's going to be different about this new project? Unless you're going to try some new measures to reduce the collection problem, you're going to the problem you're having in other properties, you can assume to continue. But I look at collections from 2 points of view. One is your enforcement of the collection policy. The other thing is who you're admitting into your program. If you can do some credit qualification, I'm not talking about the credit score necessarily. Probably in a home ownership program, you would be looking at credit score, but for rental, maybe you're looking at other aspects of their of the family. What their income is, maybe references that you can get from them, that type of thing, where you're trying to integrate responsibility into your determination of suitability for selection to live in your new project. And then, of course, there's other comparisons to property other than just the cost to live there, having to do with, well, so many, everything basically. The location, the amenities, the size, the various character of the property, having to do with maybe having a playground or landscaping or whatever. So all those things enter into determining what a reasonable rent is going to be. But of course, as we know, for NAHASDA, rent is calculated at a maximum of 30% of adjusted gross income. So Sonia went through the occupancy calculation previously, and so this is real straightforward here. I think we already covered that. However, you can go with a lower percentage. So here we have
one thing to remember on calculating the 30%. When you're rounding, you always round down, not up, on figuring the payment so that you don't go over the 30%.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Sonia. Right, that 30% is sacred, right?
Well, it's statutory. It's the law.
It's statutory. That's
if you go a penny over it, then you've broken the statute. So
that's right.
When you're rounding where you would normally round up, you're going to round down to make sure you don't go over that 30%.
That's right. That's right. And the only, of course, we get into this on the other slide is then you do have flexibility under NAHASDA if you're going to charge them for utilities or a utility allowance. So that's another area of flexibility you have in NAHASDA. 30% on rent plus or minus utility allowance. Okay, so let's just do an example of this. The Cypress family has an adjusted gross income of $19,600. If they rent a house funded with NAHASDA, how much is the maximum rent they can pay, not including utilities?
This is a good example.
Okay, we got some chats here. So anybody come up with an answer? Okay, we got Roxy, $490. Yeah, that's what I came up with, $490.
This is a good example of that. If you take the exact amount divided by 12, you come up with 489.99. You don't round up.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's
So you'd
489.
have to, this is a good example. You have to round down. Yeah.
Have to round down to the 489, not up to the 490, even though it's 99 cents. You can't round up because it puts you over 30%.
Yeah, very good. Very good. All right. So what we did was he took the 19,600, divided it by 12 to get monthly income. And then we took 30% of that. And that turned out to be $489 and change.
Or 89.99 is what it came out.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It came out to 489.99. And you would normally round that.
Okay, 0.99. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So it was yeah, 1 penny less than 490. But so we don't exceed 30%. We need to round down, not up. So it would be 489, unless you want to charge them change.
Yep.
Okay, very good. That makes
that's
your
the reason I said that earlier. So when they got to that exercise, they would remember, I can't round up, I have to round down.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, so good exercise there, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then, in addition to that, 489.99 rent, you could also charge them for utility costs. Now, some programs do not let you charge for utility cost. So again, a difference in programs there. So if you're bringing in those financing sources and you've adopted the philosophy that you're going to use the most restrictive requirement to operate that project in total, then you would not be able to charge utility allowances. Okay. All right. So in addition to rental income, you may have and probably will have other income. And that could be some extra charges for late fees, for example, if you have that in your policy. Laundry can be a big source of income, actually, depending on type of families living in the property and alternatives to use the laundry machines in your facility. Also generating interest from reserves that you have. And, based on your other experience, you may have a good handle on that. That may be a good basis for your estimating for the new project as well. And then also projecting what the loss is going to be for the vacancies, what the turnover is going to be, how long it takes to turn over units. Ideally, and I would think your policy probably calls for advance notice of a family moving out. And with that advance notice, that gives you the opportunity to plan for preparing for that turnover. So that notice typically would go to your occupancy department. They should let the maintenance department know about that, so they know that they are going to have a vacancy to prepare for reoccupancy. And then it would be good business to schedule a inspection with the family ahead of before they move out, so the maintenance department can identify what work they need to do. That way they can organize their crews and schedule to work on that unit as soon as it becomes vacant. They can get the materials ready, all that stuff, and they can report back to the occupancy department. We think we will be done doing the necessary work on this unit in X number of days. Then the occupancy department can get the family that's moving in, notify them of the date when that unit's going to be available, and get that all arranged with them. And so by taking those measures, you can turn that unit over as quickly as possible. Okay, so now we talk about something called gross effective rent, effective gross rent, effective gross income. So you take your rents plus other income less the vacancy loss, and including the lost income from people not paying the rent, and that would determine the effective gross income. So knowing what income, having a good sense of what income you're going to have coming into the project is half of the equation that you need. The other part, of course, are your expenses. So there's lots of opportunities that your projections can be wrong. One would be that the actual rents are less than the pro forma rents. That the pro forma is your estimate of your income and expenses for a project, and what the subsidy requirements are going to be. That's what a pro forma is. It's looking ahead about how that project is going to perform financially.
And you definitely should do a pro forma before you develop a project, so that you have a good idea of what your income is going to be for that project and what you may have to subsidize for that project.
Yes, that's a very important consideration. That way you can project if this project is feasible. Is it affordable? Because you have a limited amount of money. And if it requires heavy subsidy, how are you going to pay that subsidy? If you're going to pay for it with NAHASDA funds, that is a long-term obligation of the program. And you're making a choice about allocating those resources to those families and not serving other families in different ways. Okay, so it's difficult projecting rents because with NAHASDA, because rents are based on a percentage of income. However, you can establish some requirements as policy requirements having to do with selection that is going to help you manage the property financially. In other words, you don't have to admit, you can structure selection so that you are maintaining a certain level of income for your project, simply by having in your policy that in part, selection would be based on their income. Because you're saying, look, we cannot expend more than X number of dollars to subsidize this project. So we can have, this project's got to generate a certain amount of income. And so a certain percentage of our families will be closer to the maximum low income, and a certain percentage will be in between very low income and low income limit, something like that, so that you maintain the financial feasibility of the project with the amount of subsidy that you're able and willing to commit to that project. On the other hand, if you set your policy up to say, we're going to select people from the waiting list with the lowest income, then you're maximizing the amount of subsidy that you're going to need for that project, because you're exercising your flexibility and selections based on the requirements of income for your for that project. Obviously, that does not change the NAHASDA rule that people must be low income and they can't pay more than 30% of their income for rent. But you have a large range from 0 up to the low rent ceiling to choose from, and that could be structured into your policy. Okay, then what is it going to cost to operate that program? You're going to have administrative staff, particularly your occupancy people, your maintenance staff, and you perhaps hopefully have some experience with similar properties. But the cost to operate that building is also going to be a reflection of the design of that property. For example, how much landscaping do you have? What is the cost to maintain the landscaping there? How many the parking lot and the roads you have to maintain? For example, plowing snow. Living up in Alaska, that's a major expense, plowing snow. What's going to be involved with that? So the design, with covered entryways and things like that, reducing the amount of snow removal that has to be done. But if you don't have those, obviously, if you don't have covered entries, well, someone's going to be out there shoveling maybe a couple of times a day. So those things may sound minor, and they might be for any a given point in time, but over the life of the project, it's a major cost. So I always recommend involving your maintenance people and getting their input on design for property, because they have more insight about where the costs are going, where they're spending time, how to reduce that, what products work well and are easy to maintain and what aren't, things like that. They have insight that others don't have. Okay, so common operating expenses. Obviously, admissions and occupancy, accounting, managing the property itself, and then management oversight. When you have a new project, that's just another project that management has got to monitor. How is it performing? Is it performing in line with your pro forma? If not, what's the problem? Maybe it was the quality of the pro forma, and everything's being operated correctly. But it could be that something just needs to be adjusted in your management of the program. It could be an adjustment to your occupancy policy, for example. And typically you're going to be doing that with your own staff, but with market-based housing in particular, it could be through a management company. And what the cost would be to have those contractors managing the property for you. And then, of course, utilities, water, sewer, electricity, energy, however you get your energy at that location, trash collection, insurance, maintenance, turnover, problems collecting rents, making improvements over time. And of course, insurance can be a major cost. By the way, here we have a reference to the insurance requirements 2014-03. And this is, let me just mention that under the uniform guidance, it's losses that could have been insured are not eligible costs in a federal grant. So on the other hand, insurance coverage is an allowable cost. So therefore, recognizing that, you should protect yourself by having adequate insurance coverage to protect yourself from loss. Because if you incur that loss, how are you going to pay for it? You cannot pay for that loss that could have been insured with federal funds. So, having insurance to protect yourself is necessary to protect your organization and your programs. Okay, another thing is this idea of reserves for replacement. Now, this is in market-based housing. What you're trying to do is develop properties and manage those properties so that they pay for themselves. And one of the ways that they need to do that is to recognize that they need to develop replacement reserves. And what replacement reserves are, building up adequate reserves for non-routine maintenance, renovation, and renovations having to do with the passage of time. Things wear out. Eventually that roof is going to need to be replaced. And so what you're doing is you're making a ongoing contribution to replacement reserves. So when that roof needs to be replaced in 25 years, you have replacement reserves available to pay for that replacement of the roof, and so on and so forth. Everything in that property, virtually everything inside that structure is going to have to be replaced at some point in time. So in developing your pro forma, you recognize that a certain percentage of your income is going to go into replacement reserves. Of course, in the NAHASDA program, you get ongoing funding every year. So that the concept of replacement reserves really don't apply to NAHASDA, but the concept is still there, that you need to recognize that in the future, you're going to need to fund the replacement of those items. But for market-based housing, you would be allocating a certain percentage for replacement reserves. So the project is sustainable, and if you have that damage when the roof needs to be replaced, you're not trying to figure out how to pay for it. You have the money there in reserves. You planned ahead for it. Okay, you have to be mindful of all the costs. Staffing is quite expensive. So if your staffing is higher than you anticipated in your pro forma, that can quickly blow your projections. Anticipated maintenance costs. Obviously, you have to maintain that property. Part of that has to do with the quality of the initial design and construction. So it's important to pay attention to that. Legal costs, it can be real. Yeah.
Well, you're talking about maintenance. There's a really excellent PIH notice out, and it's shown under our Indian housing notices, but it's actually a CPD notice, and it's CPD 2016-02 that categorizes the difference between maintenance and rehab. It's the best I have seen. And so if you're trying to figure out if what you're doing is maintenance or considered rehab, pull that guidance and look at it, because it's excellent.
Yes, and that's in our resources.
Yes.
I think we have that in our linked resources.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
But I just want to point out while we're talking about maintenance, if you're trying to figure out if it should be rehab or maintenance, that's where you want to go, because it's very, very well delineated in that notice.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. This is the perfect time to do that. Yeah, so what is the difference between maintenance and rehab? So that is the guidance. What Sonia's talking about is the guidance on that issue.
And again, that's CPD 2016-02.
Yeah. So just in a quick summary of that, maintenance is keeping going what you have by maintaining them. You continue using what you have by maintaining them. But when you need to replace or upgrade, then that's considered a rehab. I mean, it's of course there's more detail than that, but that's in essence the concept.
I went ahead and added the resource list again so that everyone could have it, just in case they want to look for that document. They have it right there at their fingertips.
Oh, thank you so much.
No.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, a lot of great resources there on that list. So legal expenses are wow, they can add up to a lot of money very quickly. You really want to be mindful of avoiding legal problems, and having policies and procedures and following them will go a long way in protecting you from legal problems, or mitigating your legal problems. Yeah. And then utilities, of course, managing utilities. By the way, if you are charging people for utilities, that's a helpful thing to identify ahead of time, because that could, if for example you want everybody to pay their own electric bill, that you need to to meter, get meters for those individual meters for the units, and that could be done relatively easily. Well, easily at the time of construction, but to retrofit for that would be really not feasible to do. So that's another reason that you think about your pro forma before you commit to a project, because it does affect the design criteria. And then insurance and taxes. We talked a little bit about insurance already, but taxes we haven't talked about. Your property may be taxed. Well, I shouldn't say tax, but payment in lieu of tax. But essentially, there's maybe some responsibility you have to for expenses related to taxes, and that's important to recognize as well. And then, oh my goodness, admitting unqualified families. That is, if you unqualified families are being any funds expended for unqualified families is an ineligible expenditure. So obviously that can get very, very costly if that particularly if the family has been participating in your program for an extended period of time. So that's why Sonia and I really stress the need to be careful about your determination of eligibility, and to ensure that's fully documented, and to maintain that documentation as long as that family is in your program. That needs to be included in the permanent file for that family. Okay, so then we get into determination of net operating income. This is kind of the bottom line. This is what your pro forma is ultimately getting to, is you have your effective gross income less the operating expenses, less the provision for the reserves, is the NOI, or net operating income. Now, what market-based housing developers are looking at is a net operating income that will be sufficient to service the loan in place for the project. And after that loan is serviced, that there's still a profit margin that they're looking for in order for them to feel that the project is worth doing. So in that case, it would be the net operating income less debt repayment. The remainder would be the profit. And unless they feel that that there's enough profit for the project to be worthwhile, then they would either go back and refigure the project or walk away from it. Okay, so well, what happens when there is no net operating income? Which is probably the case that you're facing. When rents do not generate enough income to cover the operating expenses, let alone the financing costs. So how can you approach that problem? So you have limited options there. And we already touched on them. You might consider your option having to do with utility expenses. You may consider policy options to increase the amount of income that the project is producing. You might look at your management expenses to see what you could do to streamline that. You could look at your selection policy to make sure that you're getting more people that are keeping up with their rent or have higher incomes that are going to produce more income. That your vacancy rate is reduced, that the time for unit turnaround is shortened. So all those strategies may have the effect of reducing the deficit for that project. Okay. So let's go on to the next exercise. Net operating income. So what is the net operating income for a 25 unit rental housing development where rents are $350 a month and there is a 2% vacancy rate? And annual sorry, that pop-up blocked the screen. Okay, let me start over. What is the net operating income of a 25 unit rental housing development where rents are $350 a month and there is a 2% vacancy rate and annual operating expenses plus reserves are $91,250.
Just to let you know, David, we do have 2 polls on this slide. But this is the first one.
I see, okay. Okay, anybody come up with an answer yet? Okay, fantastic.
Somebody forgot to do the 2%, so they're redoing theirs.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so right, there you go. Yep. That's what I got was 11,650. Let's take a look at how we calculated that. Okay, so we have 25 units. The rent, $350 a month. So 25 times 350 would be 8,750, but that's monthly income. So we need to annualize that by multiplying by 12 months. That gives us 105,000. But our vacancy rate is 2%. So we're taking the 105,000 times 0.02, and that gives us 2,100. So we're subtracting the vacancy rate from the charged rent, and that's giving us an actual projected income of 102,900. But then we need to take out our operating expenses and the allocation for reserves, which we said was $91,250. So that gives us a balance of $11,650 for net operating income. Yeah, so that's exactly how a market-based operator, housing developer, would go about determining the financial feasibility of a project. And then they would say, okay, that's my net operating income. The next thing is, what is my debt payment going to be? That would be the next step. Right. So let's go on to the next one. What is the annual IHBG operating subsidy needed? Whoops, there we go again.
Sorry about that, David. Didn't mean that to happen.
No, it's no problem. No, I see how to move that now. So I just slid it out of the way. What is the annual IHBG operating subsidy needed for a 10-unit property where rents are $275 a month and annual operating costs plus reserves are $39,000? Okay, great. Yeah, $6,000 is what I came up with also. So let's take a look at how we would calculate that.
David, that's actually a negative 6,000 in this case.
Yes, negative 6,000. That's right.
And that's not shown as negative, but it's a negative 6,000.
It is a negative. Right. Yeah. So yeah, because we're identifying as the operating subsidy needed. So this is the opposite of what the exercise we just looked at, where there was a net operating income. In this case, we have a negative operating income. And so we're identifying the amount of subsidy we need to provide to make this project feasible. So how do we do that? Okay, we have 10 units. The average rental charge is going to be $275. So that's $2,750 over 12 months. So that's $33,000 is our actual rental income. But our expenses are $39,000. And so we have a deficit of $6,000. So we're projecting that we need to allocate $6,000 a year for this project to be feasible. Are we willing to commit that amount of money for this project over the long term? You know, you might project, yeah, we're going to be operating this project for 30 years or 40 years or 50 years, whatever it may be. Okay, well, how much subsidy are we talking about? In 1 year is 6,000, but 10 years, that would be 60,000. And, you know, in 20 years, that's 120,000. Well, what about inflation? Is there going to be inflation over the next 20 years? Well, certainly there is. So that needs to be incorporated in your recognized also in your decision making here. Now, $6,000, depending, you know, if you're getting a couple $1 million a year through your NAHASDA funding, you might say, yes, $6,000 affordable. But on the other hand, if you're getting far less than $1 million, obviously, you know, what percentage of your annual NAHASDA grant is the amount of subsidy that you're pledging to this project for the life of this project. So, you know, this is just a local decision about how you're utilizing your funds. So what we're just communicating to you is not about what you should decide about committing $6,000 a month to a project or less or more, but simply to say, this is a process you should be going through to make that decision, that you know you're projecting ahead what the income is going to be, what the expenses are going to be, and what your net operating income or net operating deficit will be. And therefore, the commitment of funds that you're making for this project to be sustainable over the long run. And that concludes the presentation on operations. So I hope one of your takeaways from this discussion is that you do have a measure of control over the operating costs for your projects based on a myriad of decisions you make, not the least of which is your admission and occupancy policy for this particular project.
And how very, very important doing pro formas ahead of making those important decisions is.
Absolutely. Yes, your eyes need to be wide open. And then when you get the actual income and expenses for the project, compare it to your pro forma.
Yes.
See how close you are. And if your estimates were wrong, you know, why are they wrong? And exercise management oversight over the project, and make sure that it's running as efficiently as possible, and assess any changes that you want to make.
Agreed.
In order to manage those costs.
I think we should.
All right, before we move on, are there any questions, comments, discussion? Okay, well, I hope you found that helpful in planning for your operations.
I think before we start procurement, we should take a break, David.
I think you're right. Let's see. I have 6 minutes after. Want to come back? What time do we want to come back, Sonia?
Let's come back at 20 after. That's about 13 minutes.
Okay, 20 after it is. See you then.
Let's talk about procurement. Procurement is a really important part of what we do on a day-to-day basis in all of our programs. So you've got references for your procurement that start with your 2 CFR subpart D, and that's in 2 CFR 200-318 to 326, which gives you the procurement standards that you're required to follow. In addition to that, we have extra procurement requirements in our programs for Native American programs at 1000.52 for the IHBG program for Indian preference, and then 1000.30 and 32 for conflict of interest. And then we have an ONAP guidance 2013-07 that's titled Indian and Tribal Preferences in Employment and Contracting. If you meet certain requirements that they spell out in that particular guidance, then you can substitute that for your Section 3 requirement in procurement, which is a really big deal for our programs. You also have ONAP Program Guidance 2013-10, which is federal supply sources. And since we have a government-to-government relationship with the tribes through the federal government, they're allowed to use the federal supply sources. And then we have Program Guidance 2019-03 that stresses the changes to micro-purchase and simplified acquisition thresholds. This came out as a change back in 2019, as it says, and we had a guidance then that explains what we do in order to be in compliance with that. So NAHASDA procurement requirements, the regulations are at 24 CFR part 1000.26 and section 7B of the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act, and OMB Uniform Guidance for Federal Awards at 2 CFR Part 200, and Section 3 of the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1968. So as you can see, there are a lot of regulations and statutes that govern how we have to do procurements in this program. So you're required by 24 CFR Parts 1000-26 and 2 CFR 200.318 to have a procurement policy. You can establish your own rules for procurement as long as they comply with these regulations and the statute that governs the program. It sets forth the requirements for staff responsible for procurement, and you must maintain ethics in procurement for the recipient by avoiding conflicts of interest. In addition to that, 200.318 to 236 describes what the applicable procurement standards are and the methods of procurement that are allowed, and it lists specific items that must be included in contracts under federal awards, and it replaces what used to be your guidelines that were in 24 CFR Part 85.36. We no longer follow those because now everyone that gets any federal funds is required to follow the 2 CFR Part 200, and the procurement standards are found at 0.318 to 0.326, and they're the same for every federal program now. So now you don't have to try to remember, okay, what are the requirements for this grant? What are the requirements for that grant? Because they're all the same. So your general procurement standards allow you to, that your purchase must comply with the tribe's documented procedures. Your procurement records must be maintained sufficiently to detail the history of the procurement. Why did you decide to do that particular type of procurement? What is your rationale for that particular type of procurement? That has to be in writing, has to be in your procurement file. What selection of contract type did you use? What contractor selection or rejection did you use? And what's the basis for your contract price? And you have a new requirement that provides for procurements under the small purchase threshold. So procurement standards, you must, and this is different. It used to say to the extent practicable. That was removed from the procurement standards, and now it says you must practice full and open competition. So to the maximum extent practical is no longer included in that language. So all of your procurements that you do have to have full and open competition. It prohibits you using state or local geographic preferences, and the purchases must be deemed to be necessary and reasonable, and you must consider the most economical purchase option to save federal dollars. So the non-federal entity must use its own documented procurement procedures that reflect applicable state, local, and tribal laws and regulations, provided that the procurements conform to the applicable federal law and the standards identified in this part, which is the 2 CFR Part 200, 318 to 326. Excuse me. Your general procurement standards must have a contract administration system. In your procurement policy, you have to identify what this contract administration system is. You must have a written code of conduct that governs the grantee or sub-grantee's employees. You have to be able to specify, what would be a conflict of interest. You have to have procedures in place to avoid purchase of unnecessary or duplicative items. You must have records that detail the sufficient history of a procurement, including at the very least, okay, what was the rationale for the method of procurement? Why did we decide to do this particular type of procurement? You have to know what the selection of the contract type is, and is that the best contract type for what you're trying to procure? You have to have contractor selection or rejection letters in your file, and some type of basis for the contract price. What type of cost analysis or price analysis did you do prior to doing this procurement to show that you have a basis to establish this contract price, so that you know when you get in a bid from a contractor that it's a reasonable price for what you set out to procure. So your general procurement standards have to include the process for grantees to settle all contractual and administrative issues arising from procurement. You must have a process for a protest. So you have to identify what your protest procedures are in your procurement policy. You have to have procedures to ensure that awards are only to responsible contractors. Well, what's a responsible contractor? A responsible contractor is someone who has met all of the requirements that you set out in the procurement when you put it out for bid. And so that means if you had to have certain insurance requirements, if you had to have certain bid bonds, different things within that procurement, they have to meet all those requirements to be considered a responsible contractor. You have Indian preference requirements additional to those that are set out in the 2 CFR Part 200. 24 CFR 1000.48 asks, are Indian or tribal preference requirements applicable to IHBG activities? And it goes on to answer that, stating that grants are subject to the Indian preference under Section 7B of the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act. And if applicable, under 101K of NAHASDA, that's the statute itself, tribal preference in employment and contracting. So that guidance that we talked about, that 2013-07, comes straight out of the 101K, out of the statute, that tells you how you can go about actually giving tribal preference in contracting if you have met the requirements that are set forth in that guidance. Up until that guidance came out, you were prohibited from giving tribal preference in contracting. You were required to give Indian preference, but you couldn't do specific tribal preference. Now, if you meet the requirements under the 101K of the statute and follow the guidance in that 2013-07, you can actually give tribal preference in your procurements now. So Program Guidance 2013-07 is updates on how to administer 2014 NAHASDA regulatory changes regarding tribal preference in employment and contracting. It addresses the distinction between Indian preference and tribal preference and the requirements under Section 3. Section 3, if you're not familiar with that, is giving preference to small disadvantaged companies in your procurements. And it was a big deal trying to do both Indian preference and Section 3 preference and not have them conflict with each other. So a change was made to our statute that allows you now to pass a resolution or tribal law that states that you give preference to your tribal members in both employment and contracting, and that will satisfy the requirement of Section 3 now, where you don't have to do both. You don't have to follow the Section 3 requirements if you've got these in place in accordance with this program guidance. So it's really important that you familiarize yourself with this program guidance, talk to your tribe, and have them pass this, whatever they use, whether it's a resolution or a law or whatever your governing body uses, have them pass that and have the wording the same as what it shows in this 2013-07. So when you're implementing Indian preference in procurement, this is different than tribal preference. You're required to give Indian preference. You're not required to give tribal preference, but you are required to give Indian preference in your procurements. You have several different ways that you can do that. You can certify to HUD that the policy you have meets the Section 7B requirements, or you can limit your solicitation to Indian-owned firms only, or you can use a two-stage process. You can request that Indian-owned firms submit a notice of intent to bid, and if more than one indicates that intent, then you would limit it to Indian-owned firms only. Or if competition is lacking, then you can re-advertise without any limits on it, but you have to do this first. And if only one bid is received, then ONAP approval is required to be able to select that one bid. Normally, they're going to ask you to bid it again because sometimes there's contractors out there that at the time you bid it the first time, they were tied up, they couldn't bid, but once you put it out again, sometimes they can. So usually ONAP will ask you to bid it one more time before they will approve a single bid. So here's an example of option number 1. If the bid from the qualified Indian-owned economic enterprise or organization is within the 10% range of the lowest non-Indian firm, the Indian-owned firm will be given the opportunity to meet the lowest bid price. Should the Indian-owned firm refuse to meet the lower price, then the bid shall then be awarded to the responsible low bidder for the project. That could be a non-Indian firm. So here's an example. Bidder number 1 is a non-Indian firm and they bid $120,000. Bidder number 2 is an Indian firm and they bid $110,000. Bidder number 3 is a non-Indian firm. They bid $105,000. Bidder number 4 is an Indian firm and they bid $116,000. So what you could do in this particular case, your low bid Indian firm is $110,000. Your non-Indian firm bid $105,000. You can go to that Indian firm that bid $110,000 and say, okay, we have a non-Indian bid for $105,000. If you're willing to match that bid, we can award the contract to you. And if they say yes, you would award the contract to them. If not, then you would go to the non-Indian owned firm for $105,000 and award the contract to them. So policy example number 2, if the bid from the qualified Indian-owned economic enterprise or organization is within the 10% range of the lowest non-Indian firm, the Indian-owned firm will be awarded the contract. So you don't have to use the matching in your policy, but you're leaving money on the table if you don't, but you can, in fact, just have it worded like this so that you would get the same bids. And then the Indian-owned firm at $110,000 would be awarded the contract in this particular case because you haven't asked them to match it. So it depends on how you write your policy, what you end up doing when you get these bids in. So this is something to strongly consider when you're writing your policies. Do you want them to have to match the low bid of the non-Indian firm, or do you want to just award it to the Indian firm without them matching the low bid for the non-Indian firm? So your procedures for Indian preference is you must publicize how you're giving Indian preference in your solicitations when you put out your solicitations. You must include the preference requirements in all your bid documents. You must require proof of Indian ownership. And you can include the 7B clause in your contracts and subcontracts. You have to include that. And you have to have a method of handling complaints in writing. They have to be filed within 20 days. And then you must communicate back to them within 20 days of receipt and resolve the issue within 30 days of receipt. So you've got several different methods of procurement that are identified in 2 CFR 200.320. You have micro purchases. Then you have de minimis procurement purchases. These are not actually identified in the 2 CFR. They're identified in our 1000.26 regulations. You've got small purchases, you've got sealed bids, competitive proposals, and non-competitive proposals. So your procurement methods, recipients are required to follow their procurement policy, which may be more restrictive than the federal procurement requirements. You have micro purchases. Those are those purchases that are under $10,000. No quotes are necessary, and the cost must be reasonable. Micro purchases under the $10,000 do require that you use Indian preference for those. Then you have small purchases. Those are those purchases that you make between $10,000 up to $250,000 for small purchases. They require a minimum of 2 quotes. They require Indian preference. You've got sealed bidding. This is an invitation for bid. And you have a comment, David?
No, I don't.
You have an invitation for bid. These are awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. And we'll talk about that a little bit further on into the process. You've got competitive proposals. These are a request for proposal that you would award to the most advantageous proposal as far as getting what you need out of the proposal and cost, but that's not necessarily the low bid on a request for proposal. Then you have non-competitive bids. Those are only used in emergency situations, or if you have something that is an absolute sole source and they require HUD approval and there is lack of competition on a non-competitive bid, and HUD would have to approve that. So you've got a little procurement clause here that shows you've got micro purchases, small purchases, sealed bids, competitive proposals, and non-competitive proposals. Your general standards are you must have policies and procedures. The procedures became a requirement with the 2 CFR Part 200. You've always had to have a procurement policy, but you now have to also have procedures included in that policy that show how you're going to enact this policy. All your procurements must be reasonable and necessary. They all have to follow full and open competition. You have to have no conflicts of interest, and you must document your cost and price analysis and your contractor selection. So you have what's called de minimis procurement exemption, and this is a NAHASDA requirement. NAHASDA section 101K says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, tribal employment and contract preference laws adopted by the Indian tribe shall apply with respect to the administration of the grant. This is the program guidance 2019-03 that we talked about, where you have micro purchase and de minimis exemptions are 2 different methods for simplifying purchasing. However, Indian tribal preference requirements will apply to all micro purchases, regardless of the value, but will not apply to the de minimis procurement. So you need to have two separate activities if you're going to use these two different types of procurements in your procurement policy. You need to have micro purchases, which are 10,000 and less, and de minimis procurement, which are less than $5,000. So on the de minimis procurement, that's under NAHASDA section 203G. It says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, a recipient shall not be required to act in accordance with otherwise applicable competitive procurement rules or procedures with respect to the procurement using a grant provided under this act of goods and services, the value of which is less than $5,000, and that should show 5,000 instead of 5,000. So we will fix that on the slide. So what does this say? Well, this says if you're going to use de minimis procurement exemptions, that needs to be in your procurement policy. You can go out and make purchases up to $4,999.99 because that's less than 5,000. And you must adopt and follow procurement policies and procedures that comply with the program requirements. You can develop policies that choose between the two options for purchases under 5,000 when Indian tribes have adopted tribal preference requirements, or you can adopt both. An example is your de minimis procurement is up to $4,999.99. As long as you make sure that those procurements are reasonable, you can have a list of vendors that you may select from on a rotating basis for different things under that $4,999.99. And you may select from those vendors without following Indian preference or other procurement requirements. Those are just, okay, here's these things that are less than $5,000. This is to simplify your process and not have to go through so many steps to do the small procurements. But then you also have micro purchases that fall between that $5,000 and they go up to your $10,000 or less than 10,000, which is going to be your 9,999.99. And then everything from 10,000 up to 250,000 is going to be considered small purchases. Micro purchases do require you to follow all of your other procurement requirements in that you must get bids from more than one source. You must use Indian preference. You can use tribal preference if you've adopted that law or resolution, but they're different than your de minimis procurement. Your minimis procurement doesn't require you to do all those things. Micro purchases do. The micro purchases are found in 2 CFR 200. De minimis procurement is found in your statute for NAHASDA under that 101K. So be aware that these are two different separate types of procurements and you need them both in your procurement policy if you're going to use them both. So micro purchases, the provisions of the clause allow the Indian Housing Block Grant recipient the ability to purchase without soliciting competitive quotations if the procurement or contracting officer considers the price to be reasonable. It is up to the grantee to implement micro purchase provisions, and you should always follow good practice and document what you have done and why you have done it. I can't stress enough to document your procurements. Whatever procurement procedure you're following, have documentation in that file, not in your head, not in your brain, because somebody needs to be able to walk in and pick up your file, look at it and know why you chose to do that type of procurement and that you followed the rules governing that type of procurement. So small purchases, does anybody have any questions over de minimis procurement and micro purchases before we move on to small purchases? That's new after the change to the regulations of 2 CFR 200 came into play for up to $10,000 for micro purchases. We already had the $5,000 and we had an exemption to the 2 CFR Part 200, which we still have to be able to use the de minimis procurement. So you can use both but you must have both as separate types of procurements in your procurement policy. Does everybody fully understand that or have any comments or questions on that before we move to, and that just jumped on me.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a comment, Sonia.
Sure.
Just as to emphasize that there's a general requirement for all procurement, and this would apply to de minimis and micro purchases as well, that the item be a reasonable price. And so you have to determine before you get bids or proposals or quotes, whatever you want to call it, you have to independently determine what a reasonable cost is.
Yes.
And so that's required. And so that's something you need to document.
There are two things that you have to document on every procurement, that it is reasonable in cost and necessary. And the other thing is that you have utilized full and open competition. One of the things I see written up a lot is particularly with de minimis procurement, where the tribes and TDHEs are using those companies for less than $5,000, that they use the same people all the time, over and over, and they're not going through a range of contractors that all offer the same thing. You need to have a competitive range of contractors that all can offer the same thing, and you need to rotate between them to show that you have full and open competition, that you're not just going to the same contractor all the time, that you're giving these contracts to more than one contractor. Why does this keep jumping? So very good point, David. But yes, those are two things you should always make sure of, that, you know, if the cost is reasonable, that it's necessary, the procurement's necessary, and that you're using full and open competition. Let's talk about small purchases if no one has any comments or questions. Small purchases, the existing term for supplies and services purchases, where the aggregate dollar amount is under $250,000. The price or rate quotations must, try that again, price or rate quotations must be obtained from an adequate number of qualified sources. You must obtain quotes from more than one vendor. They can be written, verbal, or internet searches, but must be documented. One thing I ran into that I will use as an example on this that you do not want to do, I had a tribe have me come out and go through their procurements and look and make sure they were doing them correct. Well, they had someone in their office that was going out on the internet and getting quotes from companies that were, this was from an Oklahoma tribe, they were getting quotes from companies that were up in the Northeast, where materials and labor are a lot higher than they are in Oklahoma. And they were doing that in order to use a vendor that they wanted to use locally, so that they could say, well, no, these other rates are too high, so we're going to use this vendor. You can't do that to circumvent using fair and open competition. If you're going to use internet quotes, it has to be something that's reasonable and within a range of them being able to quote in your area like local vendors would quote. So don't get caught in a trap where you're going to get written up for not doing proper procurements. That one we fixed before they got written up for it, because they had asked me to come out and help them with technical assistance on it to make sure that they were doing it correctly. Well, the executive director wasn't aware that their employee was doing this. They weren't happy when they found this out. After I went through their procurement files, the executive director hadn't gone through the procurement files and realized that they were doing this, that they were actually using the same vendor over and over and using internet quotes to show that, well, yeah, these other quotes are higher, so we got to go back to this vendor. Don't do that. Okay, seal bids. This is formal advertising. It's supplies and services purchases where aggregate dollar amount is greater than $250,000. You can also do seal bids for less than $250,000 if you choose to do that for construction type activities. This may still be your best methodology of doing your procurement might be a sealed bid, even though it's less than $250,000. The bids are publicly solicited, and a firm fixed price contract, which is a lump sum or unit price, is awarded to the responsible bidder whose bid, conforming with all the material terms and conditions of the invitation for bid, is the lowest in price. This is the preferred method for construction projects involving federal grant funds. But just because it's less than $250,000, it does not mean you cannot do sealed bids if that's what you choose to do, instead of just getting quotes. You must prepare an invitation for bid. There's an attachment that you can go to, and when the following conditions are present, you've got a complete, adequate, realistic specification or purchase description available. You've got 2 or more responsible bidders that are willing and able to compete effectively for the business. And the procurement lends itself to a firm fixed price contract, and the selection of the successful bidder can be made principally on the basis of price. So when you're doing a sealed bid, you cannot negotiate at all. You have to go with the lowest responsible bidder. You have to determine that this bidder is responsive and this bidder is responsible. On sealed bids, the sealed bid process works well for construction. Bids must be publicly solicited, and a firm fixed price lump sum unit price is awarded to the responsible bidder with the lowest bid price. Sometimes you may not like that particular contractor. You may have reasons that they didn't do a good job for you before. If you have this, you need to be documenting this so that you can show that this is not a responsible bidder. If you don't have it documented, you can't say, I'm not using this contractor. And you may have to go through HUD to be able to not use that contractor and say, here is our documentation. This guy never gets stuff done on time. He bids low, comes back in for contract modifications all the time just in order to get the bid. We end up paying more money for it in the long run. We don't want to use this bidder because they don't work ethically, but you've got to have it documented if this is the case. The main components of a sealed bid are you must develop specifications and cost estimates. Specifications, I cannot stress enough, need to be very finite so that everybody is bidding on the same thing. You cannot just put replace windows. You have to put replace windows with, as an example, a aluminum frame, double hung, low E grade window, or a vinyl clad, single hung, double pane thermal window. You need to be very specific with your specifications, because if you don't, what's going to happen is the contractors are going to bid the cheapest thing that they can possibly bid, and you're not going to end up with a project that you want in the final, because you have not been specific enough with your specifications. There's a lot of spec writing books and software out there. If you don't know how to write specifications on your own, there's RS Means, there's Marshall and Swift, and then there are electronic specification programs out there now too that you can go to develop specifications and cost estimates, and you can put in your location, and those cost estimates will come back to you based on the location that you're in. So then you want to issue an invitation for bid to potential contractors. If you need to conduct a pre-bid conference, would conduct a pre-bid conference to give the specifics of what you want, what the location is, what you want everybody to be bidding on. Then you're going to receive your bids. And those bids are going to be publicly open, sealed bids that come in by a specified time to a specified location. If a bid comes in after that specified time, you would not accept that bid, because the sealed bid has two different things: a specified location they have to be submitted to and a specified time that they have to be submitted by. If they're 1 minute late, you don't accept the bid. You declare at the time you open them an apparent low bidder. You don't say this contractor is going to get awarded the bid, because then you've got to review the bid for, is this a responsive contract? Is this a responsible bidder? And then once you've had time to review those bids that come in, and the apparent low bidder is in fact a responsible, responsive bidder, he has put everything in the solicitation that he submitted to you that you have asked for, and you know that they are a responsible contractor, you know, they meet their time frames, that they can start when they say they will, that they won't be coming back and beating you over the head, wanting contract modifications in order to be able to get that bid. Then you would sign a contract with that lowest responsible bidder. And then you're going to send out letters to all the other contractors that sent in bids and tell them that the contract was awarded to such and such, and thank them for bidding on the project. Any questions on doing an invitation for bid before we go to competitive proposals? There's a lot involved in procurement, unfortunately, and you need to understand these things. And if you're actually involved in procurement, I'm going to stress again, like I did with admission and occupancy, that you take an actual procurement training class that's a full 3-day training class or 2-day training class for procurement, because we're just hitting the high points on it and we're not going into all of the details. So questions on invitation for bid and sealed bid contracting before we move to competitive proposals? If not, let's talk about competitive proposals. Competitive proposals are used for supplies and services purchases. It's used when conditions are not appropriate for the use of a sealed bid. One of the new requirements is that entities must have a written method for conducting technical evaluations of the proposals received and for selecting recipients. When you're doing competitive proposals, there are components that you have to actually have published for that competitive proposal, and price is not the only factor. NAHASDA allows price not to be a factor in certain architect and engineering contracts also, but normally this is not recommended. A sample criteria that you might want to use for competitive proposals would be knowledge and experience of financial and accounting standards for Indian housing programs, included but not limited to 24 CFR Part 1000.26, 2 CFR Part 200, Subpart E, and HUD PIH Notice 2000-18, that's accounting for program income under NAHASDA, and generally accepted government accounting practices, which the acronym for that is GAAP or GAAP. You could award up to 25 points for that knowledge. Prior experience in Indian housing programs. You want somebody who's worked in Indian housing programs in the past, and you could award up to 20 points for that. Evaluation of performance by existing and former clients, including evaluation from advertising the TDHE if the applicant has previously worked for the TDHE, up to 15 points. Fees charged, including both the rates charged and the efficiency of the accountant or firm based on prior experience. We're talking about hiring an accounting firm right now, up to 15 points. Evaluation of Indian preference in training, employment, and contracting, up to 10 points. And then Indian preference for Indian-owned firms, up to 15 points. So you can see you can give up to a total of 25 points for Indian preference in this particular one, for a maximum of 100 points. Accounting is one type of request for proposal that you might use. Another reason that you might use a request for proposal might be you might know what the end result of what you want needs to be. As an example, you might be wanting to put in a new system of internet and computer services within your offices, and you know what you want them to do, but you don't know exactly what you need in order for them to do that. And so you want them to propose that to you. So an example that I will use, that one of the tribes that I've worked with had to have, they were wanting a new water delivery system in a subdivision, and it was going to require them to have a water tower, and it was going to require them to have lift stations and pumps and all of the different component pieces that go into delivering potable water to their subdivision. And they knew what they wanted the end result to be, but they didn't know what all the component parts of that were. So they put out that request for proposal to different contractors to ask them, okay, you propose to me what you can do to deliver this end result to us, and let us look at this and talk about it and see who we need to go with on this request for proposal, who's going to give us our best end result for this at the best price. So these are things you want to look at. You can use qualifications-based procurements for architect and engineering services only. You would issue a request for qualifications. Then you would evaluate those qualifications when they came in and select the most qualified applicant, and then negotiate to reach a fair and reasonable price with that applicant. One thing you can't do when you're using qualifications-based procurements is, once you have selected your most qualified applicant and you've tried to negotiate a fair and reasonable price, if you decide not to go with that applicant, you go to the next one on your list, but you can't back up. You're then going to award it to the most qualified firm if a price can be agreed upon, and if not, move on to your second most qualified, and so forth. But you cannot highlight, underline, whatever you need to do, go back to a previous firm once you've moved to the next firm. This is for architect and engineering firms only. When you're actually just doing a request for proposal, you can negotiate with more than one company at a time and tell them what you need them to provide you that they haven't provided you, and then look at all of those proposals again, and then negotiate price until you come up with one that gives you the best value for the best options that you need for your bottom line. But you cannot do that with architecture and engineering firms. So requests for proposals will be solicited from an adequate number of qualified sources. You must have a method for conducting those technical evaluations of the proposals received and selecting the awardees. You're going to have the different criteria, one of which is going to have to be Indian preference. It can also be a tribal preference now, if you have adopted that resolution or law that allows you to give tribal preference in contracting. The award will be made to the responsible firm whose proposal is the most advantageous to you for the program, with price and other factors considered. So you're going to look at experience, you're going to look at price, you're going to look at Indian preference, possibly tribal preference, time frame of when they can start, time frame of when they can finish. Lots of different things can go into these technical evaluations on these proposals. You get to decide what's most important to you, but you must publish how you're going to do this technical evaluation at the time that you put that request for proposal out for advertising. And you must show how you're going to give Indian preference, and if you're going to give tribal preference, and the numbers of points that each of these factors are going to get, so that everybody, when they're bidding on this request for proposal for you, knows how you're going to be looking at these different factors when you're doing these technical evaluations. So you're going to develop your statement of work, you're going to develop your cost estimate, and you're going to develop your technical evaluation criteria for the award. There's an attachment that you can go to in the things that we have put out for you all that is a sample for a request for proposal for engineering, like we talked about. You're going to issue a request for proposal that details your evaluation criteria. If you need a pre-proposal conference, that's an option that you can have, and the contractors that are going to bid would be required to come to that pre-proposal conference in order to bid on your request for proposal. Then you're going to receive and evaluate these proposals. You're not going to open them publicly like you do an invitation for bid. These proposals are going to have a time that they have to be into you. And then you're going to take all of these proposals and you're going to look at them based on these evaluation criteria that you have published and narrow that field down to those that are technically proficient proposals. And then you can go back to everyone in that technically proficient proposal pool and say, okay, now this is what we've got. I want your best and final offers for what you can do. And then you're going to look at them again once you get best and final offers in. You can request additional information from any of them. You can select the proposal that provides the best value, negotiate that price, and then award the contract after the technical and price analysis has been done, and then sign the contract. So this is entirely different than an invitation for bid. An invitation for bid, you know what all the specifications are, and everybody's bidding on apples for apples. On a request for proposal, you may not know all of the necessary pertinent information that these contractors are going to have to bid on this request for proposal. But you can negotiate with them. You can negotiate price. You can negotiate what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. Everything is negotiable on a request for proposal. Nothing is negotiable on an invitation for bid. So most usually requests for proposals are not used for construction contracts. They're only used for those things like architecture and engineering services using the qualifications-based requirements, or for things like technical stuff like computer systems or accounting services, attorneys, those types of things where you would use a request for proposal. Any questions on requests for proposals and how they differ from invitation for bids and how you would use them for the different types of procurements that you have within your entities? Well, let's talk about non-competitive bids or sole source. This applies to supplies and services that are purchased for any dollar amount, and it is only allowable when the item is only available from a single source, or the public exigency or emergency for the requirement will not permit a delay resulting from competitive solicitations. Anybody have any idea what that could refer to? This public exigency or emergency for the requirement won't permit a delay? Anybody have an example of that they want to share? If not, then I'll give you a couple of examples. A public exigency or emergency could come about because of a hurricane. Maybe it's ripped off part of a roof and you have got to have somebody out there right now to cover up with plastic that roof to keep further damage from happening to that unit, so that it's not going to cost you so much money to fix it simply because the elements, the weather, the storm, the wind, the rain, are going to do further damage if you don't get somebody out there right now and you don't have time to go through a procurement process. Another emergency could be where David lives. It would be a real emergency if somebody's heat went out and you had to get them heat right now, because last week he had temperatures down in the -18 range. So you can't go without heat when you're in those types of temperatures and extreme weather. So you're talking about something that's a public exigency or emergency type thing that doesn't permit a delay from doing a competitive solicitation. Now, you would only be doing what you had to do up to that point to stop further damage. And then you would go about doing your regular procurement on your rehab or whatever was going to be required to put something back together again. The federal awarding agency expressly authorizes non-competitive proposals in response to a written request. An example of that would be if you had a particular software system and you needed to upgrade that software system. There's only one company that provides that particular software system. Then you would have to submit a request in writing to your awarding agency and say, okay, this is the system we have. We need to add to it or upgrade it. Please approve us going back to this company that has provided us with this system for this procurement. And they would send you a letter approving that. Or competition is deemed inadequate after solicitation from multiple sources. So if you have put out a solicitation for something and you get one bid, then you have put out a solicitation for that again and you get one bid. At that point, you can ask your awarding agency to approve that one bid so that you can use that contractor, even though they may not be sole source, they may be the only one that bid on that contract at that time. So this is where your non-competitive bids and sole source come in. Your invitation for bid and request for proposals all include a statement of work that shows project specifications such as the number of units, the location of the units, any features such as cultural aspects or design features. Native American preference is always a factor in selection, whether it's an invitation for bid or request for proposal. Indian preference, that is now tribal preference, can also be a factor. It's different than your Native American preference, but you can use tribal preference if you've actually passed that law or resolution that says you can do that. Any special site or environmental conditions that you're aware of should be included in that invitation for bid and request for proposal. And the contract type, is it going to be a firm fixed price invitation for bid contract that's going to be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder? Or is it going to be a request for proposal where you're requesting that they propose to you how they will do what you need done in order for you to move forward? You must have clear, specific selection criteria that helps prevent possible protest. You must have a date, time, and location where the bids are due and opened. You must prepare a detailed scope of work. And like I said, I cannot stress this enough, that your specifications be as detailed as possible so that every contractor that's bidding for you is bidding on the same thing. If you don't have detailed specifications, they are not. Trust me, I've seen this too many times, and your end result is going to be directly proportionate to how detailed your specifications are that these contractors are bidding on. Explain the services to be performed, the materials and methods to be used, and the schedule of completion. Always. So these are the things David and I talked about earlier that you always have to do. You always have to conduct full and open competitive processes for soliciting contractors' bids. You always have to evaluate bids on the basis of price, qualifications, and Indian preference. And you must document all decisions that you make, including the cost reasonableness and the need for that service or product that you have solicited. So these are things that you must always do, and these must always be in your files for somebody to look at and see, okay, why did you do this particular type of process for this particular activity? How did you evaluate it on the basis of price? Did you have a price already that you had come up with? What are the qualifications? Have you done Indian preference? Did you do tribal preference? Have you documented all these decisions, including cost and reasonableness and the need? Then you're going to conduct any pre-construction conferences that you need to ensure all parties understand their responsibilities and then monitor the progress of the work through regular on-site inspections. If you need to have a post-construction conference, which sometimes you do after you've awarded the contract, have that contractor come in and go over all the details with the post-construction conference to make sure everybody's mindset is the same, that they're planning to do what you want them to do, that their progress is going to be what you want it to be. And then you're going to monitor that progress with regular on-site inspections. Are there any questions over procurement? That was a crash course in procurement. And so like I said earlier, if you actually work in procurement, I highly recommend you take the full procurement training so that you understand it fully. And anyone else in the department that needs to also take that. The thing that you need to do is make sure that you have documentation. You need some type of divisions in your procurement file that separates the different component parts of that. And in the attachments that we have given you, there's a sample of how you set up a procurement file that shows you all the different component parts, like your invitation for bid or your request for proposal documents, all of the bids that come in, bid tabulations, all of the inspections that you do. Everything should be separated, not just thrown helter-skelter into a file. It is really hard for someone to go to a procurement file and pull it out if there are not divisions within that file and find what they need. And if you've got HUD coming out to do a review or an auditor doing a review, they need to be able to determine, why you chose that particular type of procurement, your rationale. They need to determine that you did a cost analysis first and what you expected that to cost. They need to look at, all of your bids. They need to be able to look at why you chose the one you chose, and did you choose the correct one for your lowest responsible bidder, or if it was a request for proposal, did you choose the one that was most advantageous to you for what you need as an end result, with cost being a factor on that? And did you evaluate all the proposals in accordance with your technical evaluation factors that you published? Those need to be in that file. You need to be able to track through a procurement file and see exactly what you did, when you did it, and why you did it. Questions on any of that? I know we're throwing a lot of stuff at you guys, and I know it's hard to absorb it all. And that's why we said at the very first of the class, never, ever, ever hesitate to take any course more than one time, because the first time you're going, oh, geez, my mind's in a whirl. The second time it'll start making sense. If you take it a third time, it'll make even more sense. If not, do we want to take a break before you start implementation, David?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's come back at the bottom of the hour.
Okay.
And we'll move on to the next section, implementation. So I'll see you then. The bottom of the hour, 10:30. So welcome back, everybody. That was a really thorough overview of procurement requirements. Thank you, Sonia. And well, at this point, I'm sure everybody's feeling overwhelmed. This is a overview of probably the most challenging parts of the program, having to do with compliance. And of course, we're not giving you enough, we're not training you on the details of these different program areas, but we're just pointing out the areas of your operation, as well as the key components of the intent and compliance requirements for each of those program areas. Uh, so basically at this point, we've gone through most of them. And so the next presentation has to do with implementation. And then we'll move on to useful life, period of affordability, and the requirement for self-monitoring. And then we'll wrap up with a session on leveraging funds. And I think we're going to complete the training today. So before we move on, any questions, comments, discussion? I see we got a couple of chats here. What do we have? Anything? Okay. Nope, ready to
No,
go.
David, no questions. I think we're good to go.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right, so implementation. Get this.
David, did you lose the PowerPoint on purpose?
You're not seeing the PowerPoint?
No.
Okay, let me get back to it here.
Okay, got it.
All right, fantastic. Okay, implementation. So before we implement, we want to confirm our analysis that the project is feasible, that it does make sense to pursue. It has community support. The organization is able to administer this program effectively, and it is financially feasible. We've identified the requirements for project success, and we're confident that it can be achieved. And we also evaluated the operating costs and believe that it can be operated in a sustainable way. So we're ready. We feel like we're ready to move forward. But wait, we have to make sure that this activity that we're going to undertake is included in the Indian housing plan. We must have, in order for us, before we can use NAHASDA funds on an activity, it needs to be included in the approved Indian housing plan. If it is not, we can do an amendment to the Indian housing plan. All right. So now that we decided we want to implement it, we are going to implement it, and it is in the Indian housing plan. We need to establish clear performance measures. So we want to define what the scope of work is going to be. We want to establish a schedule for the implementation of the project, when it'll be completed. And, for example, we're going to say the scope of work here is to replace the heating system in 10 homes. Our target to complete all the work is the end of September. And of course, this is critical because this work has got to be completed before winter. And we've identified how this activity is going to be accomplished. Now that can take numerous different forms. It can be done with your existing staff. It could be done through procurement, like Sonia just explained to us about how to use procurement to get a construction contract in place. We might also do it with force account. Force account is when you do it with your own, when you perform the work with your own employees. In other words, you become the contractor, you being the housing authority or the tribe. Or you might do a combination, some with your own workforce, some with the contracts. You might also do it with a subrecipient agreement. Now, a subrecipient is an entity that is not a contractor, but rather they're assuming a portion of your grant. In other words, you're sub-assigning a portion of your grant to them. And by doing that, they have the same responsibilities as a grantee in terms of complying with all the program requirements. Now, this is not something we talked about previously, I don't believe, but when the uniform guidance came out, they dramatically expanded the requirements for sub-awards to sub-recipients. And where previously it was rather very vague, and so there were minimal requirements having to do with subrecipients. Now it's extensive requirements in the uniform guidance. So you have the 2 CFR 200. If you work with subrecipients or you're interested in working with subrecipients, you can look at what those requirements are in the uniform guidance. I will say that I think working with subrecipients is high risk because you retain full responsibility for the grant. And so when you make sub awards to sub-recipients, you are responsible for what occurs with that sub-recipient. For example, they need to comply with the same procurement requirements as that you do as a grantee. And then another form of getting the work done would be sweat equity, where the participants in your program contribute to that activity by working on it. So they have sweat into it by contributing their time or volunteering to work on work. Okay, so how it will be accomplished? So the next thing is selecting the families that are going to participate in this new activity. So during your planning process, you identified the target population for the activity. You've established policies and procedures about how the program is going to work. Now you need to market the new program, to solicit applications, and then process those applications, determine eligibility, and they would go on the waiting list. And then you're making selections from the waiting list based on the suitability criteria, the selection criteria, per your policies and procedures. Now that you've selected who's going to be participating in the program, You need to work with them to train them so they know how the program works, what the benefits are, what their responsibilities are. Cost limits, for example, you may have a cap on the amount of assistance they can receive. Their financial responsibilities, what do they need to pay back to you? If it's a loan, all the details about the loan, including how the loan amortization works, the interest rate involved, the length of time, and penalties for non-compliance, and also useful life requirements. Useful life, also known as period of affordability, is a required part of the program. And if you don't meet those requirements, then the investment you made in to that program would be ineligible. So essentially, period of affordability amounts to a lien on the property in which the investment was made. Now, I'm not going to talk any further about that because Sonia's going to talk about that requirement next. But that is part of, needs to be part of your training with the participants so they understand those useful life requirements, because they're going to have to agree to meet those requirements. Another thing is the environmental review. Okay, we talked about the importance of the environmental review. Environmental review requirements are attached to every single federal dollar. And funds cannot be not only expended, but committed prior to completing the environmental review. Yesterday, we spent quite a bit of time talking about environmental review. The first step is identifying the level of review, and that is based on the scope of work, the risk to the environment. And of course, the larger the scale of the work, the greater the risk to the environment is, and the more extensive the environmental review is. Okay. So the scope of work determines what the cost estimate is going to be, and establishes the goals and objectives of the activity. And also, it's important to recognize what the intended outcome of the program or the activity is that you're working to do, because ultimately that's going to determine the success of this activity that you're undertaking. So the scope of work would include, a clear scope of work. And that's important because everybody needs to understand what the scope of work is. So it needs to be clear enough that it's not open to misinterpretation. And the cost estimate has to include all the costs. Now, we talked about the hard costs, the construction costs, but also the soft costs, all the planning, the procurement, the inspections, on and on and on, the technical costs, for example, and then also the administrative costs, the management costs. So you're identifying 100% of the costs for this activity, regardless of the classification of those costs. And then finally, the schedule. When is work going to start? When is it going to end? And then when we're talking about budgeting, as we looked at previously, typically we look at the uses of the funds and then also the sources of the funds. So we need to make sure that the adequate funding is available, identify the sources of those funds, make sure that we're complying with the requirements of the sources of those funds, and certainly to make sure that our intended uses of the funds are eligible based on the criteria for the sources. And then procurement decisions. Sonia just went through procurement. We know we have some options. Wherever possible, bidding is preferred method of contracting, but bidding only works if you can be explicit about the scope of work and specifications. Scope of work and specifications need to be explicit to the extent that the only difference between one bid and another is the cost, and that tends to work well for new construction, particularly. But for services, you would tend to use a RFP, request for proposal. And also, Indian preference applies unless you're using de minimis procurement method. Indian preference applies. Now, you're not prohibited from exercising Indian preference from de minimis, but you're not required to use Indian preference for de minimis. Also, regardless of what the limitations are for and requirements for procurement is, you need to comply with your procurement policy. Your procurement policy may be more restrictive than the federal guidelines for NAHASDA, for example. You need to have, oh yeah, please go ahead.
Say one example of that where he's talking about your procurement policy can be more restrictive. When they raised the simplified acquisition cost to $250,000, if your policy still says $150,000, you're capped at $150,000 because that's more restrictive than that $250,000. So you've got to be aware of what your policies say.
That's absolutely right. And so you may say, oh, why don't we update our policy? Or you may say, no, we're based on our risk assessment. We want to maintain the level for formal bidding to be $150,000, and that's fine. In fact, that's your obligation as a grantee, to assess your own program, to consider your risk, and to structure your policies and procedures in accordance with both tests, as long as they're within the limits of the restrictions imposed on you by the federal requirements, or your requirements from your source of funding. Same holds true for Indian preference. I'm sure you have an Indian preference policy. You need to follow that policy because you do have flexibility in establishing your Indian preference policy. And that may or may not include the X factor that Sonia discussed a couple examples for. Okay, and then we get into scheduling. So what we want to do is identify all the significant tasks for the activity we're undertaking, which reflects our plan for implementation, and who's been assigned responsibility for those, and when each of those task assignments are to start and the finish date, and verify that we have the resources, including the funding, to complete all the identified tasks. Once you have this in place, and it might look something like this. Now, everybody has a copy of this plan. They can see what they're responsible for. They can see what other staff are responsible for. Some of the tasks are contingent upon other people completing their task, so they can see how that relates. So you can sit down periodically in your meetings and go over this and see that everything is operating on schedule. If there's new tasks you need to add on, you could do that based on your monitoring and periodic updates. If some adjustments are needed in times of time frames, that can be adjusted too. You want this to be a living document and updated as you go along. When you have something like this, it's the basis for your management, monitoring, and plan updating. If you don't have this, how do you know where you're at? Are things progressing as they should? Well, what's your frame of reference? This is your frame of reference. And so you just need to start with a plan and update that plan as reality changes things.
All your big projects need an implementation schedule of some kind so that you have some clue, like David said, whether or not you're on track. You don't know if you don't have an implementation schedule.
Yeah.
It was
That's right.
required on ICDBG projects. It should be required on others.
Absolutely. As a practical matter, it is for sure. Yeah. Okay, and when you're into construction, you know, as owner, even though you may have a contractor, you need to exercise oversight because it's your project, and you need to make sure you're getting what you planned for. So making sure that you're partnering with responsible contractors and suppliers. So what we're talking about responsible is that they have demonstrated that they can do the job. So you need to be, you know, that if you know that you're working with contractors who have been successful in doing this work, then you have reason to be confident that they will also perform for you. If you're dealing with someone who's new to the business, you know, you're taking on a higher risk and you need additional oversight. So with your monitoring construction, you want to stay on top of it on a schedule that enables you to manage risk. Certainly for large construction projects, you're going to be out there every day and maybe all day to keep an eye on things because there's so much going on. What you're trying to do is catch problems before they get big problems. If you catch them early, they can be easily resolved. If you catch them the first time it happens, then if the contractor is responsive to you, then it's not going to happen again. And what happens is when you catch a problem after it's in place on a number of units, you're talking about a lot of time and expense to go back and fix it. And that puts the contractor into a bind. And so really you're doing the contractor a favor to be out there looking for problems. So you're helping the contractor with his responsibility for quality control. But as the owner, when the contractor is successful, you're going to be successful as well. So it really should be seen as a team effort. So how the contractor responds to your oversight is certainly a concern as well. Hopefully he'll see you as a partner in being certain that he's going to be successful in his part of the job. And when he's successful, you're going to be successful too. Certainly when it comes to making payments, you want to make sure that you're comfortable, that you're paying for work that has been done correctly. If you have concerns about that, you want to withhold full payment for the work that's been done. You only want to pay for the work that's been done properly. And ultimately, that's your handle on the contractor. Of course, there are requirements for bonding depending on the scope of work. So let me mention that in the uniform guidance, there is a large appendix. I think that appendix is, off the top of my head, I think it's 40-some pages. Appendix number 2 is the list of required contract provisions or required insurance, referred to as bonding, for construction contracts. And that's based on thresholds. So when the threshold being the contract amount triggers contract provisions and also bonding requirements. So just make you aware of those. So for large contracts, you're required to have a performance bond. And a performance bond protects you in a couple of ways. Number one, in order for a contractor to get a performance bond, they have to have a good track record, because insurance companies don't like to have to pay the benefits of the for the bond that they're providing. So they're doing a quality control before they offer that performance bond to the contractor. They're going to make sure that contractor is low risk. And number two, if that contractor does fail, you can go to that provider of the bond, and they are going to be responsible for completing that contract properly. Okay. And then for monitoring and managing, so I think for here we're suggesting a weekly meeting. It just depends on what it is, how large the activity is, how many people is involved, how complex it is, how new it is. So you might say, well, weekly is too often. On the other hand, it may not be enough. You may have to meet daily on it. But periodically meet with the team, not to make it a long meeting, but to say, this is where we're at. This is the status of the project. Is everybody on schedule? Here's the performance. Here's our project plan. Is everybody on time? Joe, you're supposed to be working on this. Are you going to have it completed done on time? What's the status on the environmental review? What's the status on finalizing the design, so on and so forth? Everybody is informed and coordinated, and you end the meeting. If you find that there's an issue, then schedule a follow-up meeting only with the particular individuals involved with that issue to get that resolved. So frequent, short meetings, to the point. You know, I think it's a good idea to set time limits on meetings so they don't drag out. And then if follow-up is needed, then you schedule separate meetings. You don't tie everybody up. Yeah, I think you'll find a lot more involvement and interest and preparation for meetings like that. And then update the plan as needed, because otherwise the plan gets so out of date, it's really not of any value to anybody. So you have to keep updating that plan. Who's going to be doing that? Who's responsible for taking notes during the meeting and then adjusting the plan based on the outcome of that meeting? Okay, and then project closeout. Make sure that the that the work is completed. Identify any issues that are outstanding. Monetize the cost to complete the work properly and withhold that payment pending completion. Most contracts require 150% of the estimated cost be withheld from the payment. So you are basically you have you're protected. You withheld enough funds to get the work done yourself if the contractor fails to follow through. So you're identifying what we call the punch list items, and you're withholding the funds for the punch list items. As they're completed, you're making those final payments for those items. You also have to be aware of the warranty period. Typically, there's funds withheld to cover warranty deficiency. That would be based on the contract, of course. The people, you need to train the people that are going to be living in the units, that it's their responsibility to make them aware of warranty. You want to schedule warranty inspections to identify those problems as soon as possible. And then notify the contractor of those problems and find out when he's going to address those and communicate back to the family. Of course, you know, some things may be minor and some things may be relevant so that they need to be resolved ASAP. You know, again, a lot of variability here, and you just need to use common sense and responding to the situation. And maintain records, because if there's contract dispute, you can go, those records are going to be absolutely invaluable to dealing with that contract dispute. But they're also valuable because it's a reference you can use for projects in the future. So you know, there's a lot to every undertaking. There's a lot to learn from that experience, and you can apply that knowledge to future projects to make your job easier and become more efficient. And then you know, of course, you have a move-in procedure that would be include the home buyer in the move-in inspection, note any problems, and always have the occupants sign off on those inspections, because that signifies their agreement in what the inspection report says. Okay. And Now let's shift our focus to the transition to operations. Because, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of interest and focus on development itself, but we have to remember that the development is a project. And so it has a begin date and an end date. When construction is completed, then we transition to operations. But we have to prepare for operations. Don't wait until development is completed before you start mobilizing for operations. Your goal is to transition to operations and full occupancy as soon as the construction is completed. Otherwise, if you're not, you're losing income and your families are not being served. They're in substandard housing or homeless or whatever it may be, while that housing, new housing is just sitting there empty. So you want to gear up for operations as you go along. So similarly, we want to identify the tasks involved for preparing for operations, assign responsibility for those tasks, ensure that there's funding for those costs, and schedule out the start date and the end date for each of those tasks. A part of preparing for transition to operations is coordination between the development people and the occupancy people. They're kind of like two different worlds, but they need to talk to each other. So the development people should be updating the occupancy people about this is when we think it's going to be complete. So, the construction contract has a completion date in it. But what realistically, what is that actual completion date going to be? It could be earlier, it could be later. So, it just depends on what's happening on the ground. So that communication needs to be, it's really critical, because the occupancy people have a lot to do to prepare for the occupancy of that new development. And they are commuting directly with the new occupants. So, that updating the updates for the anticipated conversion to operations is really important between development and occupancy people. Okay, so we want to provide the information about the date of availability for occupancy, as we just mentioned. Also, there needs to be communication from the occupancy people back to the development people for warranty issues, because the occupancy people are the ones that are interfacing with the people moving into the unit and living in the unit. They're probably going to be receiving any complaints or reports on warranty issues. And so those occupancy people need to get that information to the development people. How do they do that? Who do they report to? What do the development people do when they get those complaints? So that's all got to be managed. And it's not a hard thing to do, but it's important to do. And so you got to figure out how that's going to work in your organization. And then the occupancy people, they have to get the people ready. They have to, of course, get the applications, qualify people. When they're qualified, they go on to the waiting list, and then selections are made based on selection criteria, including suitability. Then they need to get those people ready. So what is involved in getting people ready? Again, that's based on the nature of the program. If it's a home ownership program, there's going to be a lot of preparation because there may be lenders involved. In the home ownership program, they may need to get pre-qualified and so on. So there's a big preparation for people, for participants of a home ownership program is much more extensive than it is preparing them for a rental program. So when as the date for occupancy gets closer then and more firm, then you can start scheduling the move-in inspections, signing the occupancy agreements, the useful life if it's a home ownership or rehab, the useful life period of affordability that we're going to be talking about next needs to be done before occupancy occurs or participation occurs. Yeah, so that completes our presentation on transition, on implementation from contract, construction, preparation for operations, and then conversion to operations. Next is useful life. And before we move on, any questions about that section? Okay, I'm not seeing any chats popping up, so I guess we can turn it over to you, Sonia.
All righty.
You want to take a break before we move on?
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to have to request remote again since you're.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's
your
right.
screen
Yes.
went off earlier.
There you go.
Thank you. What do you think? Do we need a break right now or take one between this and the last two sections? This is not a long section.
Whatever you want to do, Sonia, is fine with me.
I think I'll go ahead and do useful life and then we'll break between the last two sections. How's that?
That sounds good.
All right. So let's talk about useful life. It's required that housing units have to remain affordable for either the remaining useful life of the property as determined by the secretary or such other period that the secretary determines as the longest feasible period of time. It requires a useful life description in your Indian housing plan, and it applies to all new and rehabilitation units. But remember this, bottom line, does not apply to mutual help units because you have a mutual help and occupancy agreement with those units that covers the life of those units. So it does not apply to mutual help units. Program Guidance 2020-02 clarifies what will be considered satisfactory to the secretary and what constitutes an acceptable binding commitment. It provides samples to document useful life for housing units assisted with the Indian Housing Block Grant and Title VI funds and replaces the old Program Guidance 2014-09. It includes also the new part of it. It includes an FHA loan rider for NAHASDA. So here's an example of what you might have in your Indian housing plan for useful life. If the investment is less than $5,000, it may be for a period of 6 months. 5,001 to 15,000 could be a period of 5 years. 15,001 to 40,000 could be up to 10 years, and over 40,000, 15 years. And any new construction or acquisition of newly constructed houses could be for 20 years. This is just an example. Yours does not have to look like this, but this is one that is an approvable one by HUD. So, like I said, it's a very, very short section. It does not show what the binding commitments are, and you've got several different kinds of binding commitments. It goes in depth into these in the NAHASDA basics. And what it talks about is you've got a couple of different kinds of binding commitments for both fee simple land and for trust land. And one can be forgivable based on a monthly basis. The other is all the money has to be paid back if they sell within that affordability period. Most everyone goes with that forgivable basis. Another thing you have to do that we don't have a slide on is you have to track this. You have to have a spreadsheet. You have to track what the address of the property is, how much money is invested, what the affordability period is, and what the cancellation period is, where you need to go in and release either the lien on the deed if it's fee simple, or the lien on the BIA if it's trust land, lien at the BIA if it's trust land. So these are some things that you need to be aware of on useful life. Any questions on useful life? We didn't cover much on it in this one, but like I said, they would go into it a lot more in the NAHASDA basics class.
Yeah, I'd just like to add there that the binding commitments are essentially contracts, and those contracts need to be recorded and are liens on the property.
Yeah.
Have the effect of liens on the property, and you know, requires that the unit must be used for affordable housing purposes for whatever the term is, based on whatever you lay out you want to do in your Indian housing plan.
Yes, and those liens, if it's fee simple land, is in the form of a deed restriction that's filed at your county courthouse. And if it is trust land, then it is a restriction on the trust land that's filed with the BIA. And then they have to be released once the end of that term finishes out. And so you've got to track that in a spreadsheet so that you know when to release that and what the period is and the type of binding commitment that's filed on it.
Mm-hmm. And another thing is there's an insurance requirement having to do with your interest in the property. So
Yeah.
if you spent more than $5,000, let's say you put $10,000 in, then you would have to insure your interest. So because it's over 5,000, you have to insure your interest. In this case, you would have to carry insurance on the property of $10,000. And then if that house would burn down, you have that insurance policy is going to give you, you receive $10,000 that protects you from that loss. And that $10,000 then covers the period of your interest in the property for the period of affordability or useful life.
Okay, if there aren't any more questions between this section and self-monitoring, we'll let you have a break. But how long, David?
Oh, let's come back at the bottom of the hour.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. We have bottom of the hour here, and I have an important announcement. Is this is the last requirement we're going to talk about in this training, self-monitoring. Yes. After talking about all the requirements here for the last few days, we have a requirement for you to make sure that you're complying with everything and you're performing, your program is performing. And actually, this is right in the statute for NAHASDA. Congress said not less than annually, each recipient shall review the activities conducted and housing assisted under this act to assess compliance with the requirements of this act. Well, that includes inspection of housing. Yeah, inspection of housing is a form of monitoring. Yeah, what is the condition of your housing? And then you report on your self-monitoring activities in the annual performance report. And also, this is something that HUD will monitor when they come on site. They're going to check your, compare what you said in the APR to what your files show as far as self-monitoring goes. And then in the regulation, it says recipient is responsible for monitoring grant activities to ensure compliance and monitoring performance goals under the Indian Housing Plan. So in each year's Indian Housing Plan, you set out what you intend to accomplish. And so you're also responsible for monitoring compliance with those goals. Okay, so requirement then is to review the activities that occurred over the course of a year. Now you want to identify deficiencies, but you also want to identify what's going well. And you know, by identifying what went well, why did it go well? How can you replicate that to other areas of your program? Boy, this is really working. Let's keep doing it. Let's replicate this in other parts of our operation. And then same thing for deficiencies. What went wrong? You know, why? How can we make this better? How can we make sure this doesn't happen again? So it's a way of assessing what's going on, making things better in the future, finding out what works and what doesn't work, and incorporating that into the program so it just keeps getting better. Now, knowing that it has to be in your annual performance report, you know, that's your deadline, is completing the compliance review and assessing your self-monitoring findings, and also you might consider getting all that done early in the year so you can address deficiencies later in the year. And then in your APR, you can say, we did self-monitoring, we found this, we found that, and we took action to address deficiencies or whatever the case may be. So yes, we went to assess compliance issues and identify problems before they can damage our program, and also identify best practices so we can reward and replicate them. Okay, who are the monitoring partners? So obviously the recipient is the key person or key entity for self-monitoring. That may be the recipient, may be the tribe, or it may be the TDHE. Sub-recipients, where you have sub-awards. I talked about that briefly in the last presentation. Sub-recipients have the same responsibilities that a recipient has. And so they need to monitor their own program. And you also need to monitor them because you're responsible for the sub-recipient. And then the grant beneficiary. If you're a TDHE, the beneficiary is the tribe. You're administrating the program for the tribe, but they are the beneficiary of your program. So they have a responsibility also to monitor your program. And then, of course, HUD has a responsibility. They have overall responsibility for the program, and you have responsibility for your particular program. Another monitoring partner would be the auditor. The auditor monitors if you're required to have an audit. And remember, an audit's required when you expend federal funds of $750,000 or more in a given year. They would definitely be a monitoring partner too. If an audit's required, that's another partner. So you are responsible then to prepare a compliance assessment and also a performance assessment. Now, if you're a TDHE, or I should say, if the tribe is administrating, if the tribe is a recipient, the tribe is responsible for monitoring the grant activities. And just as we talked about, it's reported in the APR, and the audit requirements would apply to them as well. Now, if the recipient is a TDHE, there are additional responsibilities that the TDHE has to make periodic progress reports to the tribe. Again, the tribe has the right and responsibility to oversee the TDHE because the TDHE is administrating the tribe's funds. So, you know, how is the tribe going to monitor the TDHE? Well, one way would be for the TDHE based on the periodic reports that the TDHE is providing the tribe. The other is reviewing the APR, reviewing the audit, and it may take more extensive measures as well. There could be the tribe may impose requirements on the TDHE. You know, we want monthly reports instead of quarterly reports. We want them every month. You know, we're concerned about your progress in completing the rehab project or whatever it may be. You know, so that there is that oversight responsibility the tribe has on the TDHE. So it's a partnership relationship there, certainly. Okay, recipient agreements, as I mentioned, very extensive requirements for subrecipients. That is a high risk relationship because you are responsible for that subrecipient, even though you have really no direct control over the subrecipient. So you really need to assess the capacities of the subrecipient and monitor them based on your assessment of risk. And again, if you have subrecipients or you're thinking about having a subrecipient, please review the uniform guidance. And there's, you know, at 2 CFR 200.331 to 333. I think there's several pages there that talks about subrecipient responsibilities, the format for even the format, the requirements for subrecipient agreements. Very detailed, very extensive. Okay. Then HUD responsibilities. As I said, HUD has overall responsibility for the program. So they don't have, you have responsibility for your program. But they're not making judgments about your decision, but they are making judgments about compliance with the program. Are you properly preparing the IHP and APR and other reports? Are they being submitted on time? Are you doing what you said you were going to do in terms of performance? They're occasionally going to come on site, verifying what you're telling them in reports is actually what is factual based on the documentation in your reports. They're going to be reviewing your procurement records, your financial records, your occupancy records, so on and so forth, verifying that you're in compliance. But certainly their oversight is going to include self-monitoring. Also, HUD's responsibility is to provide, in addition to oversight, is training and technical assistance. And in part, HUD is fulfilling that responsibility by making this training available to you. But you can also request technical assistance from ONAP. And I think we talked about there's a lot more training available to you through ONAP's training and technical assistance program. So you can get detailed training on procurement, self-monitoring, and uniform guidance, and on and on and on and on. Okay. So there's a program guidance 2012-03 that talks about monitoring plans. ONAP has an extensive resource to support your self-monitoring efforts. And it actually provides, now you don't have to use the tools that they offer you, but I want to make sure you're aware that there are extensive self-monitoring tools that ONAP offers you. They're in the form of Word documents. So that means you can modify them and you can use the forms themselves to record your self-monitoring findings. Kind of they provide you templates to review all the different aspects of your program. You're not required to use them, but they're certainly a great starting point for self-monitoring. Okay, so approaches to self-monitoring. So this is about being objective, making objective assessments. It's meant to be productive. It's meant to be positive. It's not about punishing, identifying problems for punishment's sake. It's about identifying problems so you can deal with them, and in doing that, make your program better. There's how you approach self-monitoring is up to you, and I think it's productive to use different methods from one year to the next, because whatever method you use gives you a different perspective on things. So as you change things up, it may disclose additional information. But you know, these are three approaches that you might utilize, and other approaches might be that you have outside people coming in to review portions or program areas, or possibly even to perform your self-monitoring. You may have another tribe come in, another housing entity, another housing authority, whatever it may be, come in to review your program, to you know, just get perspective of another housing organization that is similar to yours. How you do it is up to you, but you are required to do this. Okay, so management interview. So the idea here is the evaluator sits down and has a discussion with the manager. You know, what are you going to discuss? Well, maybe some of you have heard of the SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So that would be, I think, you know, a reasonable outline for discussion. You know, what do you think is the strongest part of your program? What's working best? What do you feel are the weakest areas of your program? What opportunities do you see in your program area? What direction would you like to go in? And what threats do you see with your program? What do you think are the biggest risks? So, you know, getting management insight, you know, for the manager to have the need to take time away from the day-to-day activities and give some serious thought to their program, where it stands today, and what improvements can be made in the future. Now, another outcome from talking to the manager is to get the manager's perspective in the context of other information that's gathered during the self-monitoring having to do with that program area. That might take place, other information coming in from facilitated sessions. So this is the idea here, is that you have a facilitator leading a discussion about a program area. Again, a SWOT analysis would be probably something you want to incorporate into this. You might focus a facilitated session on a identified problem. You might focus part of the facilitated session on saying, okay, last year you identified this as a deficiency. What improvements have been made over the last year? Are you done with making those improvements? What's your next priority for improvements? You know, having a group discussion about what's going on, looking over the last year, what's going on, what progress have been made, do we have new challenges, where are our weak areas, so on and so forth. Okay, here's another thing, is reviewing the policies and procedures and comparing policies and procedures to what is actually being done. So that's going to point out disconnects between what you said you were going to do and what you're actually doing. So which one's right? You know, but the point is that you want your policies and procedures to be up to date and effective and comprehensive, and going through this process will identify areas of your policies and procedures that need to be updated or tweaked. But also identify your policies and procedures to see that they're comprehensive. Do you have a code of conduct that talks about conflict of interest, personnel policies that are up to date? Are your financial management policies and procedures sufficient? You know, if you have an audit finding, why is that? You know, if there's an audit finding, was that the basis for that finding because policies and procedures were not being followed, or because they were incomplete? Same for procurement and construction activities, oversight. and so on. So the way that that would be done would be to select sample files. And, you know, whenever you're reviewing other people, you know, they want to feel confident that they're being treated fairly. And so selecting a random sample, I think, is important for that. And there are random number generators on the web that you can use, and it'll just you know, you put in a number of five. You know, if they have 1,000 occupancy files, you know, you can ask it to select 3 numbers out of 1,000, and you know, that person says, all my files are perfect except for the 3 that you picked. So you say, no, you know, this was totally random. I used a random number generator. That's all there is to it. And this is what I found. All the others may be complete. I only looked at these 3, but this is what I found. Okay, create a self-monitoring schedule. Now, I think what tends to happen is someone realizes that the APR needs to be completed and submitted, and the self-monitoring needs to be done right now in order to include that information in the APR. So that would not be the recommended approach. A better approach is to schedule it in a reasonable way throughout the year or at a chosen time during the year. So I would say, you know, in Alaska, you would not want to schedule that during the summertime, because everything happens during the summer. There's not time to do self-monitoring during the summer. Now that might be just the opposite in Florida, because you want to do your self-monitoring inside when it's cool and in air conditioning, and you're not necessarily out there doing what you need to do. So, you know, think about when is the best time. Some other thoughts about that is if you are just preparing to occupy a 12-unit apartment building that is just getting completed, what a great time your occupants are sure that everything is being done as it needs to be, and policies and procedures are up to date and ready to go for new development, because you're going to be processing a lot of new applications and you want to make sure you do it right. So again, you identify a risk and you have a plan to mitigate that risk by doing your self-monitoring before you undertake that large administrative action to fill up that new building that was constructed. And then secondly is when you identify problems is to follow up on them. So it's not a matter of just identifying the problem, it's a matter of correcting the problem. And then of course, you know, again, this is a planning effort. To plan self-monitoring, to you know, have a plan about who's going to be doing it, what they're going to be doing, when they're going to do it. All that is upfront planning, and then the implementation of that plan, and monitoring the implementation of the plan, updating the plan as you go along. And then when you identify corrective actions you want to undertake, again, plan for the corrective actions. What are you going to do? Who's going to do it? Implement and monitor, update as you go along. A third party. I think this is really, really helpful to have a third party come in, no baggage, They're just coming in objectively, knowing, they have a firm grasp on the program and operations as well as requirements. And one of the ways you can use a third party is to review the self-monitoring documents. So if you're doing it internally, you need to have a format for that. And again, ONAP offers you templates. You can just use those templates. But some way you need to document what you looked at. And I mean specifically what you looked at, exactly what files you looked at and what you found in those files compared to what is supposed to be in those files, and note deficiencies. And then you can have a third party come in and look at those things and basically verify what was done on a sampling basis, because bringing someone in, that's additional cost. So you want to streamline that as much as possible. Have them review that on a sampling basis, and then come back and provide conclusions about the quality of your self-monitoring. And you might want to do that at least every few years, to have that third party coming in just to do a quality check on your self-monitoring. Okay, so here we have a little spreadsheet. This is actually from ONAP's website for self-monitoring. Self-monitoring programs, you're evaluating performance and operations, the program administration, selections, the adequacy of policies and procedures, internal controls. So how does management know that policies and procedures are being followed? And looking for, and this is, I think, an important point, the difference between systemic problems and errors. Everybody makes mistakes. And one of the purposes of internal controls is to catch those mistakes. But a systemic problem is when something is being done wrong, either because they don't know what the right way is, or they don't like, they're just kind of ignoring the requirement, they're not aware of the requirement, whatever it may be. There's a glitch in the system, whatever it may be, to make that distinction between an error and what can we do to catch these errors, as opposed to a systemic problem that really requires an analysis of what's going wrong and how do we get this program area back on track.
I've got a good example of that, David, where I did TA.
Great.
Where I did
Great.
TA for a tribe, and they wanted me to go through all of their procurement files and make sure they had done them correctly. And they had done everything correctly except Indian preference, and they had done it consistently wrong in every single file. So it was just something that they had not done willfully, and they hadn't done it, they didn't know they were doing it wrong until somebody pointed out they were doing it wrong, but they had done it consistently wrong all the way through every one of them. So
that is a great example. Yeah. Yes. So they didn't know what the right way was. So they were monitoring the compliance, but they didn't understand the compliance.
Right. They were doing what they thought was correct, but it wasn't. So they had done it the same
there
way
you go.
all the way through, but it was wrong. So
yeah,
they fixed it after we found it, but all of the files that they had done up to that point, if HUD came out and did a review, every single one of them were wrong. So
yeah, and that's a perfect example of why self-monitoring is needed and works so well. Okay, and then self-monitoring of administration and finance. what are the administrative practices that are in place for carrying out the program? The financial management measures that are in place. Now, if the audit's getting done, that obviously is a great self-monitoring activity. But if an audit's not getting done, how are you overseeing the function of the finance department? Record keeping and reporting and oversight. Again, that's a management responsibility. Is that being done? How's it being done? Is it effective? And then compliant with the general requirements under NAHASDA and uniform guidance. And then indirect cost rates. If you use indirect cost rates, there's a lot of detail involved with your particular indirect cost rate agreement that needs to be verified. And then self-monitoring construction projects. So you'd be wanting to look at each of those projects, consider the property standards that you use, the labor standards that you use, the eligibility of the people participating in the program, the useful life requirements that we just talked about, the environmental review, the Uniform Relocation Act, lead-based paint, on and on and on. So many different requirements there that come into play. And yeah, another thing would be reviewing inspection reports. In your APR, you're actually reporting on inspection reports. And so comparing the APR to the inspections actually done, what inspection deficiencies were identified, how were those management deficiencies followed up on? That might be reviewing the process of processing a work order and chargebacks and so on and so forth. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I would suggest is you might consider developing a schedule like this. So you're identifying a plan for the year on getting your self-monitoring done. And the guidelines for self-monitoring is you don't have to monitor everything every year, but you have to engage in self-monitoring every year, and you might have some certain focus areas year to year, but when you go back to those other focus areas, you review them back to the date that you last reviewed them. So basically, you're required to do a comprehensive review on all your activities and performance. Okay. So ONAP monitoring, I already touched on this. Periodically, they're going to come out and monitor you. They're going to basically review you for compliance. And that includes complying with your performance goals. Based on that, assess your the risk that your program represents, because ONAP is responsible for compliance. So if they find that you're out of compliance, they are going to require you to come into compliance. And if they find that you incurred ineligible costs, they are going to require you to pay back those costs. If you are admitting ineligible people to your program, then they're going to calculate the benefits that those families received and require you to pay that back. And you don't want to be in that situation. Oh, and ONAP will give you a written report. They will back up their findings. They will present to you corrective actions, and you need to respond to them with your plan on responding, and getting things back where they need to be. Certainly, ONAP will include a review of your self-monitoring practices when they do a review, because self-monitoring is not only is it required, but it's a key part of the viability of and protecting the quality of the program. Good performance and good compliance provides confidence in the program and encourages support of the program with continued funding and hopefully additional funding. Okay, so there you go. That's the overview on self-monitoring. Any questions about that? Okay. All right. So I don't see any chats popping up, so we're ready to move on to the next section here on leveraging. And yeah, this is going to work out perfectly. We are going to wrap up today. So to close out this the session here, so we were scheduled to go through tomorrow. Just to be clear about the agenda, we were scheduled to go through tomorrow as well, but since we didn't take a break for lunch, basically an hour, we added an hour on these 3 days. So we were able to get it done in 3 days. Also, the lack of, in a live class, we do a lot of discussion, interaction, questions, that type of thing. So in a webinar, of course, that is difficult to do. So not much time goes into that type of activity. But just as a closeout, wanted to provide some information to you about leveraging. And leveraging is
I'm gonna give them a stretch break in between for just a few minutes.
That's a great idea. I like that. I could use it myself. Let's see. Let's come back at 1:15.
Okay.
And we'll wrap up then at the top of the hour. I think that'll work out perfectly. Okay, let's take a few-minute break then. 1:15. Okay, leveraging. So leveraging, the concept of leveraging is that we can use NAHASDA funds in conjunction with other sources of funds. So leveraging is often thought of as mixing funds, mixing in terms of using more than one funding source in order to accomplish a project. You're not physically mixing them, or you're not using them for the same things, but they're part, the funds are integrated in some way into the activity that you're undertaking. The other thing is that you can use NAHASDA funds in order to make it possible to bring in other funding sources. And we'll talk more about how the program is structured in a way that facilitates that. You know, we spent a lot of time talking about requirements, and the requirements establish components that you must comply with for various functions that you will undertake through the course of running your program, like procurement, for example. But it doesn't prohibit, doesn't direct you to on what you must buy. It's just rules of the road. When you determine that you need something and a reasonable cost for that something, it provides you with requirements on that must be met in the course of purchasing those items. And so that's true of all the aspects of the program, which provides you with a tremendous amount of flexibility. And that is the intent of the program, is to give recipients of the NAHASDA maximum flexibility. You know, we looked at the eligible uses of the program, how extensive that is, how much flexibility you have. Basically, if it's an affordable housing activity, it's eligible under the program. Same way with providing assistance. How you provide assistance to the families is open-ended. There are certain requirements that you must make, like useful life, like eligible families, like maximum payments, you know, 30% of income and so on. But that's the way you need to think of it, is you have all this flexibility, and it's up to you to exercise that flexibility to make the best use of your funds in order to serve your community in the most meaningful way. So you have all these options: grants, loan programs, subsidies, services, leveraging with other programs. You know, you are not, on the other hand, you are not provided with specific programs. You know, before NAHASDA, we had the low rent program, we had the mutual help program. You were required to operate them in certain ways. That's not the case here. You're given a block grant. You decide the best use of those funds. You just need to comply with, do it in a way that is in compliance with the requirements. Let's take a look at the NAHASDA objectives. Congress set these out in the law that created NAHASDA, and it's to assist and promote affordable housing. Okay, you would expect that. Then we go on to ensure better access to mortgage markets, promote self-sufficiency, plan and integrate infrastructure, promote the development of private capital markets. These things are saying, we want you to use your block grant to leverage more money. We want you to incorporate planning into your program so that you can best serve the families in your community through leveraging, pulling in more funds. Most of the housing in this country were financed through mortgage markets. And of course, in the Housing Act of 1937, there was none of that. Now you're being told, look, to meet the great housing needs in the community, private financing needs to come into tribal communities. And the NAHASDA can be used and should be used in order to make that happen. This is the intent of Congress. So it's up to you to decide how you're going to use those funds and to accomplish your goals and objectives and vision for your community. So there's all kinds of programs that you can leverage with 184. This is not a definitive list. These are just examples. You are actually provided with 2 programs for leveraging by ONAP. Those programs are Section 184 and Title VI. Another ONAP program you can use for leverage with NAHASDA is ICDBG, Indian Community Development Block Grant Program. With ICDBG and other programs, you get additional points for matching funds. You can use your NAHASDA program to provide that matching funds. That is another unique aspect of NAHASDA that facilitates leveraging. There's other programs as well. Now I have Rural Development 504 listed here. The reason is this is a subsidized mortgage program, but you can leverage your NAHASDA funds with any loan program. But I'm just pointing this particular loan program out because it is a subsidized mortgage program. Another HUD program you can leverage with is the home program. The HIP program through BIA. The tax credit program is another program that's been leveraged quite a bit in Indian country. And also tribal contributions. There's quite a few tribes that are in a position where they can contribute to the housing program. And so that's another form of leverage. So NAHASDA really is a effective tool for leveraging. One reason is that it provides you with a cash flow. You get a contribution to your housing program every year. That's something that you can rely on to make long-term financial obligations, like paying back a loan. Also, the program is extremely flexible. Really, for any affordable housing activity, the funds can be used. Of course, that needs to be included in that use. All use of funds need to be included in your Indian housing plan. One reason for that is that ONAP wants to review your planned activities to verify that they are in fact eligible. So you have an ongoing source of income. You have that source of income is very flexible. That makes it a really great tool for gap financing. Other programs like ICDBG, for example, they can only be used for a limited number of things. So you bring ICDBG funds to do some things, you fill the gaps with NAHASDA funds to fill the others, and maybe you have another source of funding to deal with infrastructure or something like that. So that's, I think, a great way of visualizing your NAHASDA funds for gap financing, and then bring in other sources of funds for specific purposes. Also, this is a self-determination program. You decide the best uses of funds. You decide what programs you're going to operate. You decide who you're going to serve and the benefits are going to receive. What families are eligible, what suitability requirements for your various programs, so on. I already mentioned they can be used for matching funds, and Title VI and 184 are leveraging programs designed to work with NAHASDA. So let's move on and take a look at Title VI and 184 briefly, to give you a better idea about how they work, and maybe some ideas about how you might use them. And then we'll look at a leveraging example to close us out. Okay, HUD Title VI Loan Guarantee Program. That is really a funny name of a program, isn't it? Title VI. But it really makes sense because this program is incorporated in the NAHASDA. In fact, Title VI of the law creating the NAHASDA is the Loan Guarantee Program. Okay, so what does Title VI offer you? It enables you to leverage your annual grant for need 5 times. So if you receive a need allocation of $100,000, your maximum Title VI loan amount would be $500,000. If you get $1 million, the maximum Title VI loan amount would be $5 million. It can be used for any NAHASDA eligible activity. It is a NAHASDA program. The idea here is that if you need a large amount of money, that you have a way of accessing it through a loan guarantee program. So the money is not coming from HUD. HUD is providing you with a loan guarantee. The loan guarantee is valuable because the bank has a loan guarantee and they have no reason not to give you that loan when you meet standard requirements for loans. They have no reason not to give you that loan because they have a guarantee which says the federal government will repay them if you fail to do so. Of course, you continue to get your NAHASDA annual NAHASDA allocation, which can be used to repay the loan. It doesn't have to be, you can use other sources of funds to repay the loan if you have them. But ultimately, you know, that's the idea here, is that you can use your annual allocation to repay the loan. So you can borrow up to 5 times your need allocation, but you have 20 years, up to 20 years to repay that loan. And so if you're paying back that loan only with NAHASDA funds, you have that repayment could occur over a 20-year period. So even after repayment, you still have most of your annual allocation available for uses for other things. But it's a great tool if you have an emergency, if you have a special opportunity, if you want to use it for construction financing. You know, it's a financing tool that is available to you. Another way of using it is for economy of scale. When you think about it, if you're a small grantee, all the loops, all the work you go through, and you only have enough money to build 1 unit. So, you know, considering all the administration involved in going through that process, you only have 1 unit to show for it. But, you know, if you can leverage your program with Title VI, now instead of building 1, maybe you can build 5, or a greater number anyway. And so for basically the same administrative costs, now you can build more than 1 unit. So economy of scale, I think, for small grantees is a major use of the Title VI program. Now, the loan guarantee is not for 100% of the loan, it's for 95% of the loan. So the lender does have some risk involved, but it's, you know, it's a small part of the loan in total. So yeah, just to be clear on this, the maximum loan amount is 5 times the most the need portion of your allocation. So if your allocation is 920,000, and the portion of that allocation for formula current assisted stock, and what that is it's the funding you received by formula to operate and maintain and rehab the units that you own and operate that were developed under the Housing Act of 1937. That's what formula current assisted stock is. As opposed to the need portion, in this case, in this example, then the need portion of your allocation is 300,000. You can borrow up to 5 times that amount, or $1.5 million in this example, is how that works. So how would you go about this? Well, number one, you need to come up with your planned use for the Title VI program. So you need to develop the activity that you intend to undertake. Now you can apply applying for a loan is different than applying for a grant. So you need to think about this in a different way. When you apply for a grant, basically you're saying, we have a need, and this is how we want to use your money to meet this need. And you need to submit that, in accordance with the notice of funding availability. And if you get funded, then you move forward and develop the activity from scratch. A loan is different. A loan, in order to get that loan, you have to be ready to go. So the planning is done up front, and you are presenting your plan to HUD for preliminary approval, and then to the bank for loan approval. And you can do that at any time. So it's not, there is no DOFA date for a Title VI loan. Just like there's no NOFA date for you to apply for the mortgage loan for your family. When you're ready, you go to the bank and you apply for that loan. So the point is you go through a planning process. Part of that planning process, and I think we talk a lot about planning in this webinar. You go through the planning process, and part of that process is say, how are we going to finance it? So you might say, okay, let's consider Title VI, and so you decide you're going to pursue Title VI. So that's the first step. The next step is that you approach HUD about the eligibility of your Title VI loan. Now, there are two aspects of getting approval from HUD for what's called PLA, Preliminary Letter of Acceptance. So there's two primary things involved here. Number one, is the applicant eligible? Now, to be eligible, you need to show that you are successful in managing your NAHASDA program. So if you're struggling with your NAHASDA program, then HUD is going to say, until you have your NAHASDA program under control, we don't support your expansion for Title VI. So you need to show you are capable, basically, of taking on an expansion of your program to include Title VI. The second thing is that what you intend to use it for is eligible. And as I mentioned, any NAHASDA eligible activity is eligible for the use of Title VI funds as well. Now, each field office does have a lead person identified to assist tribes with Title VI and 184. So I would, if you're interested in 184 Title VI, I would recommend you find out who that is and make contact with that person. Talk to them about your interest in using the program. Maybe you have some questions, so on. You might just feel them out for what you're talking about doing and get feedback and current information about what's going on with the program, so on and so forth. And then when you submit your PLA, that's also going to start your interface with the National ONAP office for the Office of Loan Guarantee. That program is managed from headquarters office, but there's as I said, one person in the field, each field office is also the lead person. So now you're expanding your team. I think of it as a team. You start with your plan for Title VI in your office. Then the next thing is the field office. Then the next thing is the national office. Once you get the PLA, the preliminary letter of approval, the next thing is to bring in the next partner, which is the lender. Okay, so when you get the PLA, you're going to continue work on your project plan. And you want to start, at that point in time, you want to start thinking about the type of loan that you want. When do you need the funds? How do you intend to pay it back? That type of thing. And then solicit, basically I think of it as RFP, request for proposals from banks. For Title VI, there is no pre-approved lenders. Now you might ask your ONAP representative, what are the sources of Title VI financing in this region? And they can point you in the right direction. But lenders will come back with different proposals to you, and that's because their sources of funds are different. And the sources of funding that the banks use will have different terms and different interest rates. Obviously, different interest rates is an issue. Loan fees is an issue. So this is all information that you'll be getting back from the lender with their proposal. But you need to tell them what you're looking for. For example, are you looking for a 5-year loan? Are you looking for a 20-year loan? Maybe you're looking for a 20-year loan without a prepayment penalty. Because some borrowers say, look, I'm going to pay it back over 20 years. That's it. That's all I care about. Others might say, I want a 20-year term, but I want to be able to pay it back without a penalty. So these are pay it back early without a penalty. So these are variables that come into your request for proposals from lenders for your Title VI loan. And then at that point, you're simply selecting the lender that offers you the most advantageous offer for a loan. Now you're working with your whole team here, your office, your field office, the national office, and the lender, and you're putting that loan package together. So anyone experienced with Title VI will tell you that what the hardest part of getting the Title VI loan is completing your project plan. And so we talked earlier about in market-based housing, the bank wants a complete plan. They are trying to reduce their risk by having a complete plan. And that's what you are getting a loan from the bank. They are requiring the same thing from you. They want to know that you're a good administrator, that you have good financial management system, that HUD is going to give you the guarantee, that you have site control, that you have the means to get a qualified contractor to build that project, that you have an adequate number of qualified families that are eligible and ready to occupy that new development, so on and so forth. And so that's where the process tends to fall apart, is because the project plan just isn't ever brought to completion after getting the PLA. And so it really is, this is normal loan business procedures, but it's not something that you are necessarily familiar with because you were used to dealing with grants and not loans. Okay, once all that is in place, HUD gives a commitment for the loan guarantee, and whatever issues are finalized and executed, and there's a closing of the loan, and then you start working with the bank on drawing down the funds as you need them, and the lender exercises oversight. They may come out and inspect construction, for example, that type of thing. And the project is completed, and then you go into repaying the loan in accordance with your loan agreement. So that's a quick outline on Title VI. There is a page for Title VI. I showed you the link to the ONAP programs on the Code Talk page, so you can get more information. And any questions on that? Okay, no, I don't see any. So I'm going to move on to 184. Now, 184 is also a loan program, but it is a mortgage program. It is a mortgage program. So mortgage programs is a unique type of loan. A mortgage is secured by the property. And the purpose of the program is to increase availability of mortgage lending to Native Americans and Native American communities. Okay, this is, as I mentioned, this is a strategy to increase the availability of housing in Native communities, Native American communities. So this is a program that was designed for this purpose. And it's been a very effective program. It started out as a very small seldom use program, and it's multi-billion-dollar program. And right now there's a proposed rule to codify how the program works, because it has become so such a substantial program that it needs to be updated and codified as far as how the program works. I'm not aware of any major changes to the program, but it's just a matter of I believe it's a matter of the program maturing into formal standards through developing code of regulations for the program. With the detailed underwriting requirements, things like that. Okay, there's a lot of different mortgage programs out there. You want to tap into the one that works best for you. There are advantages with the 184 program that are not available from other mortgage programs, but that doesn't mean for your specific use, it's going to be the best one for you. It is designed for or it can be used on trust land, as well as fee simple land, privately owned land. But I'm not aware of any other mortgage program that can be used on trust land. So that's something to keep in mind. But it is a lower cost program. The fees involved are less. The down payment is less. It's designed for Indian country. There's instead of using credit rating, they are individuals are evaluated based on their own particular record because loan programs are new for many residents of Indian country, so they don't really have a credit rating. Okay, so who are the eligible borrowers? This is another unique thing. Members of tribes, but also tribes, Indian Housing Authorities, TDHEs, tribally designated housing entities. So you, as a housing provider, a TDHE, can get a 184 loan. So if you want to serve non-low income families, here you go. Here's a way of doing that. You can get this program. You can use the 184 program to build housing, and then then you can rent those houses to anybody, be native or non-native, just for market purposes. In other words, this is not a NAHASDA program. It can be used with NAHASDA by NAHASDA recipients, but it is not a NAHASDA program. It is not restricted to low income. You can use it for economic development. You cannot do that with other mortgage programs. So this is, the leveraging opportunities here are massive. Also, it's assumable. So you as a TDHE or tribe can get a 184 loan, build a unit, work with the family to help them develop their financial capacity, and then have them assume the loan from you. And when they assume the loan, you are out. You are no longer have any involvement with that property or that loan. So it's not restricted to NAHASDA recipients. It's not restricted by income limits. It's not tied to administrative requirements. It's a mortgage loan. I'll give you an example of how it's been used. And I think this is a great example here. This is Interior Regional Housing Authority in Alaska. They're based in Fairbanks. They used the 184 loans to buy fourplexes that happen to be in a neighborhood around their office location. So as they came up for sale, they bought these fourplexes. That's eligible under 184 program. Then they used the units as they determined to be most effective. If they needed to use them for NAHASDA purposes, they they could provide, whatever. They could integrate this in an existing program. They could issue vouchers, which, the vouchers would be repaid to them. It's a bookkeeping kind of thing. Or they could rent them out to at fair market value and generate income that they could use to help repay the loans. And it was right in their neighborhood, so just they could easily manage the property, and very flexible program. They could use it within their NAHASDA program. They could use it for leveraging to bring income into the housing, which would be integrated into their NAHASDA. Their profit is what I'm trying to say. Their profit provides a source of funds, non-program funds that they can integrate into their program. So, tremendous opportunities here with 184. The 184 program is limited to a single family home up to a fourplex. There's no limit on the number of loans you could get. They have to meet certain standards, of course. They can be used for rentals. They can be used for home ownership. They can be used to purchase an existing home, to construct a home, to rehab, to purchase and rehab, or for refinancing as well. So, again, this is a fantastic opportunity for leveraging. It's there for you to use. It is being used. It's a very active program. If you're interested, I encourage you to look into it. And, it is a lower cost program, and it is an ONAP program. So the people running it understand how your program works. They understand the communities you work in. And so, you don't have to go through that learning curve about what a tribe is. And again, there's an ONAP webpage that provides additional information. Okay, well, wrapping up here, I would like to go through a leveraging example here just to wrap up. Gap financing is the gap between the cost of housing and available funds. And so this is an analysis of the cost that the activity costs, the capacity of the user for debt financing, additional contributions that are available, as well as grant funding that's available. So let's take a look at an example on this. The loan amount is $100,000. And then we're looking at the term, the interest rate, and the monthly payment. So we're borrowing $100,000 for 30 years, and the interest rate is 6.5%. For example, this is just an example. The monthly payment would be $632. So $632 to borrow to repay a 30-year loan for $100,000. Now, if you go to stretch term out for 38 years and get the interest rate down to 1%, then the monthly payment is only $264. You say, well, that sounds good, but that's not available. Well, it is through the USDA Rural Development subsidized loan program that I mentioned previously. The subsidy is based on the income. So if you're low income, you get that subsidized rate down to 1%. So let's talk about how you might, knowing that now, let's talk about how that might work. So let's say that this recipient, the NAHASDA recipient, gets $200,000 a year from IHBG, and they can build one house with that amount of money. So they decide they're going to leverage that their NAHASDA funds with ICDBG, and so they can get $600,000 from ICDBG. They can build 3 more houses with that, so they can build 4 houses plus another 4 houses if they get a Title VI loan. So they could borrow up to $1 million with Title VI, but they're just going to borrow $800,000 instead of building 1 house with IHBG funds. They're going to build 8 houses by leveraging their NAHASDA funds. Fantastic! That's much better than 1 house. So they're going to build 8 houses for $1.6 million. And then when those houses are completed, they're going to sell them with to home buyers for $100,000 a piece. They will receive $800,000 from the proceeds of sale. And they are going to use that $800,000 to pay off the Title VI loan. And the home buyer is going to have a monthly payment amount of $264. And the operating costs after purchase, the operating cost to the housing program is nothing, because the family owns that house. The housing program has no ongoing involvement with that house. Well, let's say that that sounded really good, but you were not that housing provider was not successful in getting the ICDBG grant. But they decided they weren't going to give up. They were going to try to get. They decided to pursue the project, but this time they're going to apply to use ICDBG in a different way. They still have their $200,000 for IHBG. They're going to borrow a full $1 billion, their maximum Title VI loan, so they can build 5 houses with Title VI, a total of 6 houses. And they're going to turn around and sell those 6 houses for $100,000 a piece. So they have $600,000 that can be used to repay that Title VI loan. And they're going to hopefully their new grant proposal for ICDBG will come through. And that proposal is to use ICDBG funding of $600,000 for mortgage buy-down assistance, which, if they're successful, will provide them another $600,000, or a total of $1.2 million. So they're going to use that $1.2 million to repay the Title VI loan, and they will still have $200,000 left over, proceeds of sale left over, that they can use to integrate into their program. And again, their operating costs are 0 once the homes are sold. And a home buyer is making a monthly payment of $264, as we showed earlier slide. Okay, but what if that second grant application is turned out for Title VI? Well, in that case, the housing program is going to be responsible for repayment of a $600,000 loan. And it's because that's the amount that they borrowed from Title VI, and that's 6.5% interest. Then, if they're paying back that loan over a 10-year period, they'd be paying $81,756 a year. That would leave them with $118,244 for their other operation. If they chose to pay it back over 20 years, they'd be paying $53,675 each year to pay off the loan. And they would have $146,325 left over for their other program operation. So that's just an example of how leveraging works and how Title VI can be used and mortgage programs can be used. So I know we're running over here. I'm going to go on. I'm just going to wrap it up here because it's actually a real life example of a mortgaging program that actually occurred, and it occurred in Alaska, and Andy Conception was the lead person for this project. Andy prepared this PowerPoint, and he currently is the development director in the Alaska ONAP office. So this project occurred way up in the northwest corner of Alaska. They have a number of very small communities there, but the main employer in that region is the Red Dog Mine, and that provided good, steady employment. And for the first time, people had a source of good and steady employment at the mine, but they wanted to continue living in these small villages, and no housing was available in those villages. So the regional housing authority there put together this program in order to develop housing with a home ownership program financed with loans. So the planning started in 2000. Construction started in 2002. It involved 6 single-family homes, including infrastructure. Really nice homes, 4-bedroom, 1,400 square feet. Very heavily insulated, appropriate for the climate. They used a design build contract, so they asked. They did an RFP for construction. They procured it through an RFP process. They provided the specifications they were looking for in the house, size of the house, number of bedrooms, amenities, so on and so forth. And then proposals came in with a house design. And therefore, they eliminated architectural expenses other than oversight. Builders came in with designs that they were used before, so they knew what it would cost them, so they could really be as efficient as possible in their proposals. But these were quality homes, 5-star energy rating, and it was 100% native hire. Native owned contractor as well, and it included Title VI financing. And something like this requires a lot of partnerships, and we'll talk about that a little bit too. So this is not a mutual help program. This is a mortgage program, and mortgage programs aren't for everybody. So this is targeting a specific part of the housing market. So this included a mortgage, the down payment, closing costs, and of course, insurance. That's the nature of home ownership. In order to qualify for a loan, yes, you need stable income, stable employment. You need a good credit history. And to make a home ownership program work, you need to bring in partners. So there was Alaska Housing Finance Corporation provided the financial literacy training for the home buyers. USDA provided their subsidized loan program we talked about. And then there were the lenders, the bank through which the loan was provided. And then, of course, the housing, Northwest Inupiat Housing Authority operated the program. And they hired Andy. Andy was the bank manager up in the Kotzebue branch, and they hired him because the housing authority recognized they don't have any experience with loans. They needed qualified staff in order to be successful with their program. That's part of the planning process. What resources do you need to be successful? So contract costs, construction costs were high because these are remote locations. I already talked about the RFP process, the native hire. It included infrastructure. They had to develop the infrastructure. They coordinated with Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium for water and sewer. That reduced mobilization costs. You're looking for every advantage to reduce your costs through partnerships. The construction contract was $2.6 million, infrastructure $600,000, total project cost $3.2 million. They got a Title VI loan for $1,725,000. They got supplemental grant from Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, $600,000. They bought down the mortgage with soft mortgage of $830,000, and then they got a Federal Home Loan Bank for down payment funds of $45,000. So various funding sources came into the program. The purchase price was $155,000. The first loan was through the USDA 502 program for $83,000, and then the soft second $67,500, and then the down payment from Federal Home Loan Bank for $4,500, and then of course there's the mortgage payments, $246 a month. And then, of course, there was a Title VI loan that had to be repaid. They got a 20-year term on that to minimize the required annual payments, but they actually paid the loan off in 4 years, so they were able to pay it off early. And here's some pictures of the project, so you can see, it was just raw land. They had to bring in tremendous amount of gravel because they were building on permafrost up in that region. It's all permafrost up there. They had to fly materials in. Heavy equipment, fortunately, was there because of the infrastructure improvements that the Health Consortium was doing. This is a picture of the house. You can see the house is elevated because they need to keep the ground frozen. So they don't want that heat transfer from the house. And that's the finished product. Interior. And here's Andy's advice. Start planning your process early, because this takes a lot of planning. This is a multiple year process to put this together. Develop your capacity. As I mentioned, the housing authority hired someone that was very familiar with banking. Understand your market. This program was intended for a specific market niche. It's not for everybody. But you have the flexibility in designing programs for specific markets in your service area. Develop partnerships. Partners are looking for opportunities to provide their services, and support your program where you have common mission goals. And shop your Title VI loan package. Don't think that every lender's going to offer you the same loan details for your Title VI loan. Each one is going to be different. It's surprising, but it's because of the source of financing they intend to use to provide the cash for your loan. And so that completes the presentation. We ran over a few minutes, but I hope you found that interesting to see how leveraging works, how you can leverage your program to serve more families.
Thank you, David. That was very, very good information. And before we answer any questions, if anybody has any questions, I do just want to point out that I want to thank everyone for joining us for the last couple of days. And I've placed a link in the chat that is a post-training survey. If you could please complete that post-training survey, we greatly appreciate it. And I will also put our email address in there. Expect to get your certificates in the next coming week. Our team will be sending those out to you. And now we could take a couple of questions if anybody has any.
Well, I hope you found this training to be helpful, and I wish you success in operating your programs. We'd be glad to hear any comments or questions that you might have.
They had a lot of comments. Everybody's saying thank you, David, and we appreciate all of you very much. I know that this is an overwhelming amount of information to throw at you in 3 days.
It sure is. Don't be discouraged. It'll all come together for you. This is just an outline, and you can be housing is very special because it provides stability for families, and I really want to encourage you to follow up on this training and serve your communities the best you can. It's a great program, and you have the flexibility to custom design your program to work best for your community. So I hope this training helped you do that.
I don't think anybody has any questions. They're just all saying thank you, David.
Okay, yeah, here's a question about how do I get the recording? Melissa is interested in seeing the recording on the first day. Is that something?
Yes, I saw that comment, and I went ahead and direct messaged Melissa the slides with the notes so that she could refer to the first day and any information she might have missed.
Okay.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Well, thank you all very much. We appreciate your attendance.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Good luck with your program. And happy holidays.
Yes.
And thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Dave.